Hold on, guys. Gotta do some couple things and we'll get the stream started. And we back, y'all. It's been a couple days since I've freaking been streaming, huh? It's been a couple days, bro. It's crazy, bro. Oh. We back, yo. Welcome to the stream, my friend. If you didn't know what we're gonna do today, you do know now. We're gonna be reacting to, well, actually re-reacting to, no, actually re-reacting to, to, well, yeah, to TATACAW by Saint Chief. Now, he hasn't been doing it in a long time. Wait, no. TATACAW playlist. Yeah, I think he didn't make his own playlist, so someone did it, made their own playlist. Okay. The stuff in the beginning. Okay. Here is basically we talked about it in a nutshell. TATACAW is a debate. It's a series or a live stream. It's a collective group of live streams made by Saint Chief, basically debating on the ending and basically the whole series of Attack on Titan. He showed over a year ago, so this was early 2022, yeah, very early 2022. And I was actually in the stream at that time. Yeah, so I was actually in the stream at that time when Saint Chief was debating this. So I just want to take a quick look back at these debates, and yeah, pretty much it. First, just a little story. So in my community tab, I said that I was gonna react to a reaction video I had because I recorded this first episode. I recorded it and did like a full critique of it. But the problem is that it didn't capture the desktop audio, so you couldn't even hear what the debaters. You couldn't hear what Saint is. You couldn't hear what Saint was saying. Neither could the debater. And in just context, the guy in the black guy in the right corner, that's Saint. So we'll put this at full screen or put it at yeah, let's put it over. We can put it at this. Yeah, we can do it like that. Also on mute. So yeah, so what we're gonna do is we'll basically react to his um obviously there are big gaps between debaters, right? Because obviously he's doing it off a live stream. It was not recorded or anything. This is basically off a live stream. Technically, it's kind of like a VOD. So what I will do is that I will, after this stream ends, I'll produce this one as a VOD as well. I'll produce this live stream as a VOD. But yeah, pretty much it. So instead of re-recording everything, I decided to do a live stream just to make it much easier on me. Next time I'll record it, but I think for this episode by itself, I will do a live stream. Let's see if we can go any higher. 1080p. Okay, so let's react to the debaters again. For me again. So that's not me. That's Saint doing the music. That's not me.
Yo, what's up?
Okay, I'm gonna skip around. It because the debate is it's like 3 minutes in. So let me go.
Why did Grisha give Aaron his Titan? Dang, hold on, I gotta walk.
Hold on, let me type my dreads, bro. I want to see this. I want to see this better. My,
Okay. You know, it
I
makes
don't have
people
work
happy.
today, so I don't worry about. I don't care about being a little late than usual.
Do I look dry?
When does the debate start?
When you say
And
There. Okay, there it is. Fuck.
um,
Alright, I'm gonna stick to this.
Falco.
I'm gonna use my mobile dashboard to keep track of the stream, make sure nothing collapses.
Alright, I think I had you muted.
And
yeah,
then.
no,
My bad.
I was about to type in the chat.
Alright. So, this is Dylan, everybody. Everybody, welcome Dylan.
The first debater
Hello.
is Dylan.
So Dylan
He's not on
is
YouTube or anything, so I can't shout him out or anything.
He believes that the ending of Attack on Titan is good. Am I right?
Oh god. Hold on. What the hell? Why is it like that? Why is it not at why is it not at full screen whenever I do the and make it a little bit wider then? I don't know. Would that work? Let's see. Got full screen. I want to see if it works or not. I sort of does, but it's a little off screen. Um, no, that's no. I think they should do well. Save it. Let's go at it again and see. How it looks like now. I'm using window capture, so you can't see. You can't see what I'm doing. Okay, that's good enough. Oh, yeah, do this.
Good.
It's good.
I won't
Let's
say
do
it's
this.
great. I won't defend everything, but it's good. Passable.
Passable. Okay. All right. So first, let's start off with defining like what makes what makes an ending good to you.
Let's hear it.
I think an ending's good if it can resolve at least enough of these central questions that I'm not left wanting a ton more. If it can answer the themes in a satisfying way, and in this case
Themes.
specifically, it had a lot to do because it had a lot of loose ends in terms of character motivations to tie up.
Okay, so you think
Okay,
it's a good
but
ending
he called
because
it
it
good though.
tied enough loose ends, not all of them, but enough.
Yeah, I can't, very few endings that I've seen, even the best of them, have tied up everything. I don't know that you can do that, but it tied up enough.
Well, let me ask you something. Do you think Game of Thrones? Do you watch? Did you watch Game of Thrones?
I did.
Do you think
Um,
that was a good ending? Because it tied up everything.
I
True.
am much. m- I'm much kinder to the Game of Thrones ending than most people. It's not good, but I see what they were going for. I saw the Danny twist coming in season 2, and I still felt like it was too rushed.
Well, yeah, but you don't think it was a good ending, right?
Okay, I'm gonna say right now, the reason why I'm more kinder to the Game of Thrones ending than to the AOT ending is because, well, first of all, the book series didn't even finish, right? So they had there was no first of all, let's start here. The Game of Thrones ending right? David and Dan did not have um. Wait, hold on. Jesus Christ. Why does it sound so bad? Why does it sound so bad? National. Let me lower my volume down. Though I think I'm loud. Let me lower my volume down. Let me lower my volume down. Oh, I think it's a loud person. I think that's why. I think it was a loud voice. No, no, no. Let's put it down here. I'm testing it. Testing it. Okay, let's try it again.
No, it.
So you
See,
must have
it
mother.
tied
Okay, so I was saying, yeah. See, for David and Dan, I can give them leeway. Well, yeah, leeway. You know why? It's because the books are not done. To this day, the book series is not even done. So David and Dan didn't have any material to work with. So they had to make their own. They had to make their own content with what they got, right? So technically, in a sense, you could see Game of Thrones season 8 as like a fan made ending. That's exactly what you can see it as. But for AOT, the writer, the guy who created the mangaka, the guy who created it, he wrote this, drew it, and he released it. What the hell is that? Oh, thanks for the follow. What? I didn't. I'm so unprepared. I did not know I had sounds. Cause remember last time the guy another person followed me. I didn't get any sounds from that. Um, yeah, I'll make sure to I'll keep track of you. I'll make sure to follow you later. Fall for a follow. Yeah, I know. I'll I'll make sure to keep track of that later. But what I'm saying is that um so first of all, that's not George R.'s vision. That's not his vision because he wasn't really a part of the writing team anymore by the time season 8 and the later seasons came out. But I think after season 4, that's when everything went to shit because they had no more source material to adapt. So David and Dan had to do everything on their own, right? And obviously, the books weren't done, so George can't give them the book's ending, right? Because the books have subplots that the show removed. The show removed characters. The show removed some plot lines because the story of A Song of Ice and Fire is too big. That's very hard to adapt, right? Even George R. R. Martin, he said he admitted in a recent interview about talking about Game of Thrones that he wanted 10 seasons and he wanted longer episodes. Well, not longer episodes, but more episodes. He wanted more episodes. Yeah. He wanted more episodes and 10 seasons instead of the 8 that we got because it's impossible to adapt all of the Song of Ice and Fire within 8 seasons. It's impossible. But for AOT, the reason why many people are angry, many people so relaxed on Game of Thrones because, well, if you think about it, that's not the canon ending. That's not the canon ending of Game of Thrones. That's not the canon ending of Song of Ice and Fire because the source material is not even done yet. But for the AOT manga, the mangaka, the writer of the series, wrote this, drew this, and then posted it and sent this out. This is Isayama's vision. Game of Thrones, the ending of Game of Thrones is not Martin's vision because he wasn't really part of the team at the writing team anymore. That's why many people really are pretty are more lenient, yeah, are more lenient on Game of Thrones ending compared to AOT's. Let's continue. No.
Other criteria
Okay, here
then
we go.
it
for
tied up the it.
mm,
Sorry, I just wanted to. It tied up the loose ends. Game of Thrones did, but it tied them up in such a haphazard way that it created more loose ends.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Attack on Titan's ending did.
It did that.
I
It did do that.
don't agree in the sense that none of the loose ends that the Attack on Titan ending created were things that I needed to see solved. Like, yeah, the war
What?
continues. We don't know the ultimate fate of Parody slash the world. We know we get a snapshot of it in the 8 pages, but we don't know the whole story.
Mm,
I don't need to know the whole story.
yeah,
I
that's
never
true.
actually, I never actually saw Attack on Titan as really about parody at all.
Okay,
Um,
fair enough.
it to me, it was always about the what what red line aren't you willing to cross even when you have the best motivations in the world and the best justification in the world. That's what it was always about to me, and I feel like was really that was answered to me. Uh,
Okay,
the alliance versus Aaron was the ultimate sort of answer to that question.
okay, but then the question arises: how did Aaron lose? Like, how logically speaking could Aaron have possibly lost that unless he lost on purpose? How
Yeah, how?
that's another loose end. So, do you believe that Aaron lost on purpose, or do you believe that he got stopped of his, like, he didn't have a choice by the time he was stopped by the alliance? They just beat him. Do you believe that, or do you believe he lost on purpose?
I think you have to take that question and say it's kind of a bit of both. He
How?
to lose because he was never going to be able to directly kill his friends. None of his friends died directly at his hands. Hanji
Haji
and
got stomped by
Sasha,
the Titan, by the colossal
yeah,
titans.
Hanji went in to make a sacrifice.
They all
Hanji,
did. They all jumped
yeah,
on
no,
Aaron's back.
yeah, the difference is though when if Aaron had directly used the Titans to kill any of his friends, I don't think that was something he could have done. Hanji jumped in and basically threw herself at death. She started killing the Titans even though they were emitting steam,
So that's
caught
stupid, right?
herself on
Isn't that
fire.
dumb?
I wouldn't say that's a direct she wouldn't have died if Aaron hadn't done it, but Aaron didn't directly go out of his way to kill her as he would have had to do. I think
What about Sasha? Right? Because it was because of Aaron's inaction of telling anyone about what he saw. Because he definitely he saw Sasha's death in one of his memories, but he didn't tell. He didn't bother to tell any of the survey corps. So, th- does that mean that Sasha died directly because of Aaron? Right? Because it was Aaron's inaction. He didn't bother to warn Sasha. His inaction caused Sasha's death. So what about Sasha?
stop Armin, Levi, Mikasa. I don't think he would have done that. So in that sense, I think he both chose to lose and had to lose because I don't think that was a line he was ever going to cross.
Okay, so you don't think it was a possibility that he could have continued the rumbling and doing what he was doing without killing them? Because
Unless
he
he
has all the power in the world.
unless he had stopped them from leaving the island at all,
Right.
um, which the 133 reasoning that he gave, I think, is a little dubious. The whole "I won't take away your freedom," I think that's a little bit of a dubious reason. I
Yeah.
I Isayama kind of put himself into a corner, making Titan that powerful,
Yeah.
but we
That's
don't.
bad.
The founding titan is not really defined in its power. It's called God, but we do see some of the limitations. It didn't seem being the operative word because we don't know. It didn't seem to be able to end the titan curse without completely being destroyed. Otherwise, I think they probably would have just done that. So there are some limitations. Maybe he couldn't force them to stay on 30. I don't know. I wish there had been more explanation to that. If I were going to criticize the ending for anything, it would be I needed more. It needed a couple more chapters. Ending at 139 was symbolic, but I think it did hamper the story.
Okay, fair enough. I think so too. I don't know. I don't care about a number of a chapter if the story doesn't end in a good way to me. But but you still think that it's a good story, even considering all those issues that you just mentioned. With I mean, we're not talking about the story itself because everybody here probably does think that Attack on Titan was a good story up to a certain point, whether that be 120 or 130 around that area. But about the ending here,
Yes,
you think that was a good ending?
I th- it was satisfying enough for me. It
So it
tied
was
up
good
enough of
enough.
the loose ends. Yes, it was good enough.
It
It
was good
was.
enough.
I'd probably go 6.5, 7 out of 10. It was a good enough ending for me. It wasn't mind blowing. It wasn't. It needed all Attack on Titan really needs to do. All it needed to do to me was land. It didn't need to somersault and do this 10 out of 10 landing. It just needed to land, and it landed. I would have done a lot of things differently. I think
That doesn't mean okay. He said that he would have done a lot of things differently, but doesn't that mean it's bad? Right? Does that mean it's bad if you're willing to change a bunch of things?
it landed.
Okay. So when you say it landed, what do you think is the what's the take what's the take home message of Attack on Titan? Like every story, most every good story has like a central core take home message. What's Attack on Titans?
I think the core message is always try to fight always try to be a better person than the world wants you to be, but realize that the world won't change just because you want it to. Even with God's power, you can't always change the world.
So try, but know that even though you are trying, it probably won't make a difference.
Try, but don't assume it's going to work, even if you have the power of God. You, you can't you can't change the world by sort of participating in the same cycle that it continued. And whether the rumbling plan was right for parody or not, I think it was probably the safest way to assure parody's survival. It was the only sure way. I don't think it can be denied that it kind of played into the same cycle, even if it claimed to end the cycle. It did participate in the cycle that uh, the story was built on. It was the same act on a larger scale as Reiner breaking down the walls. It was
Right.
the same act.
Right.
So the
Mm-hmm.
Alliance tried to break it by standing against Eren, and the 8 pages are really frustrating for me because, yes, parody getting bombed is the most likely outcome. Can't deny that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's tonally inconsistent with the ending, with the original 139,
Right.
in that the original 139 was trying to create an optimistic message about how, with enough hard work, you can change the world. You can, if you have the optimism and the strength, you can change the world. But then the 8 pages came along and were like,
Well,
actually, you
what
can't.
was what 139 saying that? Because if you think about it, they never really give a definitive answer of whether or not Armin's peace treaty shit was gonna work. What?
No.
So it really wasn't. It was saying that it could happen,
Yes, it could.
but
Sorry, I
then
should have been
yeah,
more clear.
but then the 8 pages just said that it won't.
Yes, the 8 pages are frustrating. I agree with what they were trying to do. I understand the point and the realism of it, but
Well,
it just it didn't. That page specifically didn't need to be there. Did not need to be there.
it had to.
Understandable, yeah, understandable. So why do you think it's there?
It had to be there.
Honestly, I think
It had to be there. Cause whoa, I don't know. First of all, it had to be there because we need to show. We need to know the result of Armin's plan. Right? His plan is to talk it out with the rest of the world that survived the rumbling. We need to see the results of that. If you don't see it, then what's the point? Then it's worthless. Why add a whole new ending and stuff, right? If that page did not exist, then how would it have gone from Mikasa visiting Aaron's grave to the random kid going finding a tree? How would it have done that? You have to add the destruction of parody. Therefore, it pieces it together. It pieces the last few pages together, right?
There because
It has to be there.
Isayama, I think he got cold feet, and
Oof.
I think he got cold feet with his optimistic message, and I think he went, "Oh, people are people are right. Parody would get bombed. Maybe a lot of these people,
Yeah, because people actually pay attention to the story and people are being logical. So what the
eh,
hell?
maybe I should address this."
Yeah.
And
He had no choice but to address it. If he didn't, that would make the ending even worse.
I that I don't like.
Yeah, don't you think that's pretty bad? Like, I agree with you. I think that's exactly what happened because it's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because the way 139 originally ended felt so like there's nothing more after this, and then all of a sudden there's more. It's like what? And then it completely goes against the last moment. Was very, even though it was corny as hell to me, it was very optimistic. And then just to turn it like it just doesn't make any sense that that happened. So I agree with you 100% there. But don't you think that that's pretty bad? Where Isayama changes his ending, like he has no. It's like he had no confidence in what direction the story was supposed to go.
See, I think a lot of the problem um, is there were two sort of ways he could have gone with the ending. I've always seen Attack on Titan as an optimistic story at the end of the day, one that's
Yeah,
trying
me
to
too.
talk.
No, I have to. I have to. Absolutely.
And I think the original ending without the 8 pages um, was true to that. Could I see it being a little corny to some people? Yeah, I could. But I think it was true to the Attack on Titan I've known. The extra 8 pages to me felt like he was saying to I, this is going to sound disparaging, but I don't want it to, the more edgy side of the fan base. Okay, you're right. Let me give you something. And
AKA the more logical side of fan base. Like what? that's just plain logic. Like they have all the reason to bomb parody, right? Like don't they? Don't forget, an fucking alien, a person from that island, is the reason why 80% of your world was fucked. They had the reason to do that. That's not edgy. That's just logical.
it just it was tonally it was tonally inconsistent, but at the same time, in those eight
Not
pages,
really.
I love the Baron page. I know it gets a lot of credit.
And you wouldn't have. Okay, let's be honest. You say you love the Baron page, but you wouldn't have gotten that if it wasn't for the destruction of parody. Or else it would be the new ending would be the extended ending would be so way more jarring and way more tonally inconsistent. This man trying to have his cake and eat, so you can't do that. How do you get to the Baron page? Show the destruction of parody. You have to do that, or else you will not get the Baron page.
I love the Baron page. I think it's really, I think it's it's kind of it's thematically resonant in the opposite direction of the 139 ending, of the original 139 ending.
Yeah, but now it's even worse because of the implication, right? So when you think about it, the reason why billions of people died, the reason why Aaron died, the reason why Aaron did everything that he did was for two reasons: to get rid of Titans and to hopefully, I guess, defend parody some kind of way. Neither one of those things happened, which makes everyone feel like it was pointless. And I understand what you're saying is, well, that's realistic. He tried his best, but it didn't work out. But that's not optimistic. And you and I both agree that Attack on Titan, even though it was a very bleak story, it was overall an optimistic story. And to end on such a bleak note like that is like not even close to how bleak it would have been if it had have gone the other way, which is the way that everyone else thinks it should have gone, with Aaron actually going through with everything.
See, I don't.
Ooh,
The Baron,
spit.
to me, because of how technology advanced in that world, I don't see the Baron page as he's going to go restart the Titan curse. That is the implication, but Titans were already being outclassed. They were about to be surpassed by modern weaponry. Um,
That's true.
the implication I thought on the passage of time was at least 50 years, if not more,
It's
60,
probably more.
80.
It's probably more.
Yeah, the Titans have definitely been surpassed by that point.
Oh,
And
absolutely. Yeah, the nukes and the the nukes that nuked parody. Titans are surpassed for sure. Titans were damn near almost surpassed when Air was around, which just leaves to the
mhm.
question: why was
Yeah, true. If you didn't know, Rhino got bodied. It was like a Middle Eastern war. Happened to be in a time skip, and but we see Rhino getting bodied by regular artillery. So yeah, what they're saying makes sense.
getting rid of Titans important at all?
Yeah, I think that the Baron page was solely a nod back to the Children of the Forest theme. That's all I
Yeah,
think it was.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was about the Titans at all.
Which is just like not like, but
I mean, if you think about it, that's how Ymir ran into the tree. She was in the forest and she fell in. You can say he presumed that this kid's gonna do the exact same thing, right? But then when we look at the remains of parody, it's pretty dilapidated, right? It's covered in flora and fauna. So it looks like this kid basically purposely going there.
he could have found another way to do it.
I agree. There are a lot of different ways it could have gone. There are a lot of different ways I would have done things very differently. But
We put an emphasis on very, like, you put an emphasis on very, doesn't that mean that the ending's pretty bad? Mm.
I I appreciate what was being done, even if it was done in a rushed way, which I
Okay.
think we can agree it was
Okay,
rushed.
it's rushed.
To say the least.
It's rushed.
All right. Well, so how do you feel about Aaron then? Do you feel like Aaron was retconned, or do you feel like the way Aaron was handled was Isayama's original vision for him, and the story had built up to it? Like basically, what the new theory is now is that Aaron was just well written, and we all just, well, not all of us, but a lot of us like had a misconception of who he was. Do you feel like that's accurate, or do you feel like there's another switch that Isayama did at the end, like he did with the extra 8 pages?
So I actually think the Aaron switch, if there was one, occurred way before 139, way before 131 even. I would go all the way back to really the beginning of the time skip. Um, I think I think Isayama went in this direction with Aaron because he didn't think that the readers would go along with Aaron. I don't think he thought the readers would find Aaron justified at all. So he went out of his way to create a world and create a character that really made the readers buy into it. I think he thought would. even it out. I think he, again, I think he saw how much people gravitated towards Aaron and how much people were justifying Aaron and went, that's not what I wanted to do. And I think specifically with the endlessly memed Aaron panel in 139 where
Yeah.
he cries for Mikasa, I
Yeah.
think it
Mm-hmm.
was an overcorrection. I
Yeah.
do think I do think Aaron is generally the same character. I think you see a lot of so the Jaegerberg theory that you made a video about, I
Yeah.
generally don't disagree with it. I take some exception to it. Um, but I do think it's mostly what Isayama intended. Um, mostly.
Mostly. Okay. So you think that for the most part, the major thing that you disagree with was him course correcting with Aaron to make us not sympathize with him. But the thing is, if anything, the course correction, the Mikasa page panel, is an attempt to make us sympathize with him, and we
See,
didn't.
I think it's an attempt to break down the
That's the whole purpose of one. That's the whole purpose of the of 139. Was just trying to make us. Because Aaron was. He's trying to make it seem like Aaron was a good guy, right? He was the good guy that was Aaron was just a good guy that was brainwashed by Ymir, forced to be doing the rumbling. That's literally the whole point of 139. Was to make whole point of 139 was to make us feel sorry for Aaron. That's really the whole point of 139.
person that people thought he was.
Right.
I never thought that the Aaron that we've been getting post time skip was who he was. I think it was
Obviously
obvious
not.
to me that this
And to most people who actually understand the story.
was a persona he was putting up to cope with what he was doing.
Yeah, but
And
how could you say that if he was doing that in his head though?
no,
If he was the
it was
same
a
way in his
coping
head.
mechanism for himself. It was, this is I have to be. You kill the part of yourself that is you kill the part of yourself that is disagreeing with what you're doing, that's making you conflicted. You you silence that part as best you can. And I don't think it was a facade, to be clear. I don't think Aaron was lying to himself. I think it was him just trying to cope as best he could. It was what he felt. But the
But
cold facade that he put on was just, this is what I have to be.
well, yeah, of course. No, we know that he would, move forward and all that stuff. But I feel like there's too many instances in the story of Aaron trying to uh, to understand the other side and sympathizing with the other side to where I can ever co-sign on that. Like if he were truly just trying to block it all out, like you said, then why go to Marley and pretend to be, you know, I mean, obviously to get intel, but why
Mhm.
go have the conversation with Reiner? Why listen to Willie Tyber's speech? Why go to Ramsey and weep before him? Why admit that he called himself a piece of shit? Why not just ignore all this stuff? Stay as far away from it as possible rather than delving into it and taking the time to acknowledge that he is not a good person or what he's going to do is not a good thing if he wanted to shut it out.
You don't
That's a
always
good point.
succeed in shutting things out, and eventually your emotions will catch up with you. You can't you can't completely kill the feeling part of you. It's just not realistic.
Obviously, we know that. We saw Aaron crying to Ramsey in 131. We know that. Continue.
It it will always leak out, and it leaked out in front of Ramsey. It leaked out in front of somebody who couldn't understand him. So he was confessing his sins to somebody
right.
who would never know what he did.
That's
Um,
true.
it didn't leak out to Reiner. I do think
It
some
kind
of
of
his,
did.
yeah, I was about to say, I think his residual anger still leaked out. Um, I think him leading the conversation with, "Why was my mom eaten by a titan?" That was his residual anger leaking out. That was the old Aaron still coming through.
You think so?
So because there's no reason to start with that. He knows the answer.
Well,
He's
no,
been there.
no. The reason why he said that is because he wanted Reiner to say it. He wanted Reiner to say that the reason why he did it, it wasn't to like help his people. It was because he was a piece of shit and he was being selfish. That's what Aaron wanted him to say. That's why
I
he
do
asked him
think
so many times.
I do think that's a another valid read on it, but why not just go with why did you he didn't start with why did you destroy the walls? He started with why was my mom eaten by a titan? He personalized it. He went right back to the source of his trauma, which is valid. It was his trauma. But I don't know that I can look at an Aaron who starts with why was my mom eaten by a titan and think, oh, he's not still angry about that. Of course he's still angry about that, and he'd have every right to be.
Obviously.
Right, but if he
To
was angry about that, then why didn't he kill Reiner?
Exactly. Why
I
didn't
think
he?
he saw memories of Reiner in the future, and I don't think
Oh
he
my
would have
goodness.
killed Reiner. 'Cause we
He
know
did
he saw
not.
something. I I don't know if he saw Reiner, but the way he looked at Reiner after the Marley raid, that sort of depressed, see you later. He knew he'd see Reiner again, and
Okay, I'm gonna bust down his little freaking debate, his little freaking point, seriously. Okay, let me just bust it. Let's take a deep breath and add this. The reason why Aaron did not decide, and well, this is in my opinion, in my interpretation of the story, the reason why Aaron did not decide to kill Reiner is not because it was his time to go. It's because it's not it's not totally Reiner's fault, right? Don't forget, Reiner was raised to see the people in parody as devils. He has been brainwashed by Marleyan propaganda to see the aliens in the island, in the walls, as devils. Right? Not only that, his mother forced him to be a soldier, right? Which is bad, which is even worse because you get more deep dive into the propaganda, right? So Reiner, sure, he did some horrible actions, but if you realize that's not Reiner's nature. It wasn't his nature that caused that caused him to break the wall and do all this. It was his nature. It was the environment that he was in. He was raised in an environment to see the people in the island as devils. It wasn't because it wasn't his time to go. It's because he understood Reiner. He's like, you know what? Yes, you did do a bad thing, but you're not the root of the problem. It's the Marleyans. It's humanity. It's the bad part of humanity itself. It was because of if Marlene never manipulated Reiner, if Marlene never had any those propaganda and manipulated Reiner, if it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been a warrior. He wouldn't have been um destroying the walls, right? Karina would never have been motivated to use her son like that. Because the environment that they were in that put Reiner in that situation. Yes, Reiner has so he has you know he has suffered the consequences of his actions mentally, yes. And his mental health was so bad that it affected physically. He lost weight, yes. Yes, Aaron knows that Reiner directly, well, yeah, rather indirectly, if it wasn't for him, Aaron's mom would be still alive. Yes, that is true. But in the end, if it wasn't for Marlene's when using aliens as weapons, like using the unique trait to turn trains as weapons, then none of this would ever happen. He's mad at Rana, yes, but he understands why he acted like that, why he committed that action. It was the brainwashing of the Marleyans. So it wasn't because of, oh, it wasn't his time to die, it's not his destiny, it's not his fate yet. No. It's because he understood why Reiner fought that way and why Reiner did that action.
I think he knew that right from the get go.
Right, that's true. So, do you feel like Attack on Titan is a story that is what a lot of people say is predetermined, whereas no matter what Aaron would have tried to do or what decisions he would have made, it didn't matter in the grand scheme of things because everything that was happening already determined? Or do you think that everything that happened was based on the decisions that each character made?
I feel like I keep copping out of these. Again, I feel like it's a both. It was determined by the decisions the characters made, but
No, predetermined. That doesn't make any sense. That's contradictory. If it's predetermined, that means choices don't matter. Right? If the whole story was predetermined, in universe anyway, if the whole story was predetermined anyways, then no matter what, the result will end the same. So you can't. I don't know how it makes it both.
especially in Aaron's case, there was only one decision Aaron was going to make. There weren't many opportunities, I think, for Aaron to make a choice that would have felt in character that he didn't already make.
So it's easy. So basically, it's Isayama's fault for not writing more options. That it's his fault. He wrote the story. That's his fault.
So I don't think. I think it was predetermined, but even if it wasn't predetermined, I think it would have gone that way.
Fair enough, I guess. Let me ask you another question then. Let me try to pick your brain a little bit. So when Armin and Aaron had their little discussion in paths, and Aaron said, "If you guys hadn't have stopped me, I still would have done it." And then everyone goes, and then Armin asks him why, and he goes, "I don't know why. I just would have done it." Do you think that that was? Do you think that that makes sense? Do you think that was a good like? But
He,
you think that was good writing?
he already answered the question of why multiple times with Zeke, with Reiner. It, it's
No, he didn't
because it,
answer. He didn't answer why he would have destroyed the world, even if they would have come to kill him. He
no,
didn't.
but the answer is still the same. It's because it's who he's always been.
Then why?
The his I
Um,
don't know the I don't know was, to me at least, him saying, I don't know why I feel this way. It's who I am. It's how I feel. Do we, sometimes there are things we don't know why we think this, but we just intrinsically do.
Any examples?
To me,
okay. I feel
No examples. He didn't give any examples. So what? How does the point make sense? We don't have any examples. He didn't give us any examples within the story. He didn't give us an off-topic example. He didn't give any examples. What I believe and what I scene is that Aaron has a reason to feel like, okay, I'll let you talk and then I'll
Yeah,
whenever.
when you're committing mass genocide, it's not like he's going out to get a cupcake. You know, this is
No.
like a big thing that he's doing. So don't you think that a well-written character should have like at least some convictions in doing something like that? I know you said he
And
answered it
more
earlier, but I don't think the words "I don't know" should have ever came out of his mouth.
Okay, I can understand that criticism. I don't agree because I do think he any answer he would have given would have been a retread of things he's already said. And
does that make it bad? Is repeating why you're doing this bad? That's basically what he's saying. He's saying that repeating, basically, he's rehashing or whatever, repeating why you're doing this is bad.
I don't
Okay.
find that particularly interesting from a writing perspective to
So repeating your motivations for doing something is bad. Noted.
go back and say what he has already said. But I can
I'm not gonna say
understand
anything
why the I don't know is unsatisfying.
because that's not really, oh my gosh. From what we've seen in Aaron's character, Aaron has reasons to do stuff. He has always had reasons to do stuff. He always has goals and reasons to achieve that goal. Why does Aaron want to join the Survey Corps? So he can kill the Titans. He can venture outside the walls and kill the Titans. Right? And why does he want to kill the Titans? Because his mother got eaten by a Titan. Right? That's a plain example right there. Why does Aaron um why does Aaron want to freaking do the rumbling? Okay, yeah, to protect Perry D. Aaron always had Aaron always had a goal, and he always had a good reasoning behind that goal. So him saying, "I don't know why I'm committing mass genocide, why am I committing global genocide? I don't know why I'm doing it," is so out of character. Because he always had a goal, and always had a good reason behind that goal. So him saying, "I don't know," doesn't make sense within his character. That's why people are mad. That's why I'm mad. Because he's not who he is. He's not indecisive. Aaron's not Aaron's not a complete indecisive person like that. Sure, there are moments where um sure he made bad decisions. For example, relying on the Levi squad to take down Annie. But he had a reasoning to rely on Levi squad. The Levi squad, Levi personally handpicked them. That group has been bodying Titans for years. So it makes sense for Aaron to be like, okay, yeah, I can rely on them. They have way more experience than I will ever have. They have more experience than I have. So yeah, why not rely on them? Any decision that Aaron makes, there's a reason behind that. Aaron was never written as an indecisive person. And all the chapters show that. So him saying, "I don't know" in the last chapter is terrible.
there's a question in the Discord. Um, where am I getting my conclusions? All of my conclusions are my own
This is
interpretation of
his
the source
interpretation. This is
material.
his interpretation and his opinion, guys, and it's perfectly fine. Everyone is free to have their own opinion. None of us are best friends with Isayama, so
No, and there's really nothing I can say that the fandom hasn't kind of already gotten to.
yeah,
It's just I'm just here kind of to give my interpretation of what's already been given.
right.
Um, and I'm
hmm
just trying to make sense of it because there were things that I was confused by in the ending.
So okay, so you're okay. Hold on. Let's just say, okay, let's note down what he doesn't like about the ending. It's rushed. character plot lines were not um character development, character progression was not concluded well, and that he was confused. Hold on a second. Sorry, fucking hey, die. Hey, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Sorry, a fly is flew here. Freaking ant. Anyways, what I was saying? Yeah. So he finds something ending confusing. He thinks that the ending is rushed. He thinks that he's already conclude characters well. So what does he like about the ending? Oh yeah. Oh, don't forget, he doesn't like the 8 pages. So what does he like about the ending?
There were things where I went, well, that doesn't totally connect, but
It doesn't totally connect, but I'm gonna accept it anyways. It doesn't totally make sense, but I'm still gonna accept it anyways. Okay.
that's
Okay.
all we're doing.
So how do you feel about Armin and the other guys, Gene, Connie? How do you feel about them attacking Aaron, wanting to kill Aaron, and then after he dies, coming to the realization that he did it for them, and then being willing to forgive him, even though they already knew that he did it for them when Gene told them like 5, 6
John was
chapters
the
before.
first one to know.
So Armin saying thank you.
Yeah, okay, I'll
I
let that one slide. I'll let that one slide. But after the fact, even after the fact, Gene and
well,
Connie, they were crying and like, oh my God, Aaron.
well, again, I think that was just a the writing there, I grant you, was a little sloppy. I'll grant you that.
But still good anyways. And really, I'm gonna understand. No, don't let that slide, Saints. Don't let that slide. Why'd you let that slide? This man, this man has killed 80% of humanity in the world. Why the fuck would Armin say thank you? I don't care how long you fucking knew him. Why would you say thank you? That doesn't make sense at all. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I got some evidence too. Hold on. I just realized I have revelation here. So, you could forgive Aaron. You could forgive Aaron, or say thank you to. You can forgive Aaron for killing 80% of the world, but you couldn't forgive Aaron for talking shit about Mikasa. You let Aaron destroy 80% of the world. You let that shit slide like a. You let that shit slide like water. But when it comes to Mikasa, though, when Mikasa gets insulted, Aaron, you bastard! Ember tries to throw hands and throws the first punch. So no, I don't know why Saint let that slide. Why did Saint let that slide? That's not good. Armin got so offended when Aaron was insulting Mikasa. But nah, who cares? Like, that makes no sense. No sense whatsoever.
But I think it was the same thing as Armin. I think it was them doing their best to forgive their friend who they've known.
How can you forgive someone who killed 80% of the fucking planet, bro? How you can forgive someone like that? I don't care if that nigga was my homie. I don't fuck with you no more. Who cares, man? How can you even think of forgiving a person like that? That's such bad writing. But yet you were willing to throw hands when Aaron was assaulting Mikasa. But yet you can forgive him or try to forgive him. You should that trying to forgive someone for doing that shouldn't even be a thought in your head.
For all of these years, it was just it was them trying to reconcile with a large part of their lives.
Well, they didn't seem to have any sort of need to reconcile when they were going to kill him. They didn't seem to have any sorts. Only
They
Mikasa
did.
and Armin had like second thoughts.
No, Jean had plenty of second thoughts. Connie in 133 was expressing regret and sympathy towards Aaron. Reiner was expressing sympathy in 128. Hanji in 127 was talking about it was her fault. She didn't have any other answers. I think they
It
were
is her
all
fault.
fairly sympathetic
Yeah,
towards
but
Aaron.
they were more so blaming, like they were more so apologizing that it got to this point. They weren't apologizing that they're going to have to kill him or that they're going to try to kill him. That weren't
That's true.
apologizing for that. They were apologizing that they didn't help stop it from getting to that point.
That's true.
Yes, they didn't.
Except for maybe Reiner. But Reiner actually had a good character arc and he's different. But I'm talking about like his action friends.
I think again, Jean did kind of um, Jean did apologize for what was going to come, not directly to Aaron, but he
Hmm?
really did try to find. He really did try to avoid going in there. Connie, uh, the only opportunity they had to apologize to him for what they were going to do was 133. The only other opportunity was really after the fact.
Okay, but why are they willing to um, do all that and defend these people who they didn't even know, but they aren't upset with Annie or Reiner?
Yeah, why not?
Beat the
I mean,
shit out of
yeah,
Reiner.
okay, but he didn't kill him
No,
Nope.
he didn't kill him, but he
before or
because
after.
that would have been directly against what Marco wanted. For Marco wanted them to sit down and talk. That was the point of 127 to me
Yeah,
was okay. We have
not
to put
killing
this
Aaron
aside.
though. But killing Aaron. What I'm saying is they're willing they're willing to forgive these guys and okay, fine. You don't want to kill them, fine. But you're buddy with these guys now, like laughing and joking with them.
It, laughing and joking. The only one I remember them
When they were
laughing
laughing and
and
joking about
joking with.
Historia, Reiner getting with Historia.
Oh, at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought you meant during
No.
the
After.
during the rumbling arc.
Yeah. No. After.
Did I
After.
miss something?
Yeah. No. After.
Well, again, lots of years have passed. We don't know what happened. I would have liked to see some consequences for Annie. Um, I would have liked to
She ain't
see
get
her face
any.
consequences. Reiner, Reiner put a gun in his mouth. I think Reiner has suffered
I'm
enough.
not. I'm not saying that they had to receive consequences, but how can these guys who were so gun ho about killing Aaron, who literally wasn't doing anything to them, but aren't gun ho about killing guys or even
Mm, okay. He's. I'm not saying, but the other guy is trying to say that they could have been friends throughout the 3 year time skip, right? How does that make really much any sense? Right? Because it's been 4 years. Because the first time skip happened it was taking place. It took place 4 years. The first time skip was 4 years, and John still had resentment towards Reiner. So how could that? How could within 3 years that gone away? That should have never. That resentment towards Reiner should have never went away. Because if it wasn't for him, Marco would still be alive. Probably, maybe. Marco probably would have been alive, maybe, but Ryan would be responsible. John wouldn't be mad at Ryan if Ryan if Marco didn't die like that. Let's just say Rhino let Marco live, right? Ryan and the gang let Marco live, and Marco dies another way. Rajan would be mad at Rhino. So what's so Jean had all the right to beat his ass. Because Jean really told Ryan to stop talking about it, and he still kept on doing it. Sure, yeah, it was out of remorse, but still.
Not friends with guys who actually killed their friends, actually tried to kill them. Like Annie was
Yeah.
directly responsible for Annie and Reiner are directly responsible for Armin's uh,
For Marco.
grandpa dying, and
Yep, they were responsible. Because you know why? Since they broke down the walls, Titans came over and then the island ran out of food. Like they couldn't feed everyone. So they sent people outside the walls to die, including Armin's grandfather. So yes, Annie is the reason why Armin does not have a grandfather anymore.
he did. He's dating her. Like
Yeah. I
And that's
think
okay.
the story
That's
needed
fine.
some time there, but I do think we got to a place where
Then if there's so many critiques, then what? Then how is it considered good? How is it considered as that shit shouldn't be passable? When you have more wrongs than rights, you fail a test.
everybody kind of forgave each other, even when they were going to kill Aaron. It wasn't out of malice. It wasn't they want to kill Aaron. They wanted to kill Aaron for a selfish reason also. They didn't they wanted to kill Aaron because they wanted to keep their consciences clear. Um, they they forgave Reiner and Annie because honestly, at that point, everybody has killing each other for so long. Jean and Connie killed Jaeger as soldiers. They killed their comrades as well.
I get shit. They can forgive them and they can move past it. I get that 100%. But to date them, be friends with them,
Again, years have passed. I don't know what
would
we
you
don't
do
know what
that?
happened.
Would you do that?
Not without serious reconciliation between.
Exactly. So if you wouldn't do it, why is it good for the other characters then? Why is it good for the story then? If personally you would not accept that without any some sort of consequence, and how then this man is contradicting. Rule for thee, but not for me. That's really what it is. I would friend to them, but if the character were friends to them, wouldn't mind it. That could make perfect sense. It doesn't. That doesn't take away the fact that Marco is gone because of them. It doesn't take away that fact. Marco is Marco was eaten in half because of them. They took away his gear. He couldn't escape. Yeah, you can forgive them, but definitely don't not forget it. Definitely can't forget that. Sure, I'll forgive you, but I'm not gonna fuck with you anymore. Stay away from me. Simple as that. You don't talk to me, I don't talk to you. Everything's cool there. That's it. Sure, you just do. You can forgive them. Sure, why not? But it doesn't mean you have to be friends with them. You'd be like, okay, yeah, I forgive you, but I don't fuck with you anymore. We're not friends anymore. I don't want to see your face. Don't try to say hi to me. Don't try to do nothing. No, like that would be good. Not making jokes and oh or uh oh her story letter. It smells so good. Even her handwriting smells good. What? Yo,
It would take a lot. It would take
It
a
would take quite a
lot.
bit for me to be friends with someone who destroyed my whole life. Like I understand forgiving
Yeah.
them and moving past them and not wanting to get revenge, but being friends with them,
It's also easier to establish a friendship with people that you already had a pre-established friendship with. It's kind of
yeah, not if they did terrible fucking shit like kill your best friend. I don't care. I don't care if I have history with this guy. I don't care if I knew him since elementary school. If this man kid, I don't care how long I knew him at all. The length of time does not have nothing to do with how well you know someone. Just because you know someone for so many years doesn't mean you're actually really good friends with them. It doesn't work like that.
easy to fall back into the old habits once you stay close to somebody for that long, even if they've done something
AKA, another little saying, correlation is not connected to causation. Is it something like that? Is it something like that? I don't know. I think it's something like that. It sounds right. Correlation isn't equal to causation. Yeah, that can work. Just because you know someone for a while doesn't mean you're really good friends with them. Or you should be good friends with them if they did have terrible shit.
horrible. Once you've forgiven them, it is kind of easy to fall back into those habits, I would imagine. I Again, it's been 3 years. I don't know. I would have liked to see more development there, but I accept
I know if it's on the ending, development between the second time skip.
that direction
But the ending's still good though. Ending's still good. All these flaws, but it's still good. Okay.
because I don't think it's inherently unrealistic.
okay, all right. Well, I mean, fair enough, I guess. So how do you feel about Ymir?
Um, okay, lots of complicated feelings on Ymir.
Okay.
Um, I don't think anybody really knew what to do with her. Um,
Whoa. We're not the writers. It's Isayama is the writer. He is the mangaka. He writes the story. Anybody, not anybody. Anybody doesn't know what to do with her. No, it was Isayama. Isayama didn't know what to do with her. He writes the story. Don't forget, he foreshadowed her appearance from way back in chapter 1. What's the chapter 1? To you 2,000 years from now. So that means that he was going to introduce Ymir at some point of the story. And Isayama started what? Isayama started Attack on Titan in 2009 and it ended in 2021. So he had 12 years to figure out what to do with Ymir. And he failed miserably. So his statement saying anybody didn't know what to do with him, that's bullshit. We're not the writers. It's Isayama. He is the writer. Isayama didn't know what to do with her, making him a bad writer at that point. Why introduce a character if you have no clue what to do with them? Don't add that character. If that character's not relevant to the plot, why add that character? Why foreshadow the character for so long? And that character's never gonna be important.
there were there was no build up to the Ymir twist with King Fritz, and that's incomprehensible to me. Um,
Okay, so he doesn't like the fact that there wasn't any build between the relationship of Ymir and King Fritz. But the ending is still good though. Despite all those flaws, the amount of flaws he named is more like I have these two hands. Two hands. He talked about more critiques than good things. But yet, he still likes the ending, though. Then what's good about the ending, then? What? Why do you like the ending, then? I think it's too hard to talk about all the negative points that he pointed out. What makes the ending good? It doesn't make sense.
Because every plot point in the show, whether you like it or not, was foreshadowed ahead of time. There was
So was Ymir's appearance. Matter of fact, Ymir was the first ever thing to be foreshadowed. Again, to you, 2,000 years from now. So she's meant to appear. But Isayama was so forgetful of Ymir, he fucked that up. Over 10 years and still implemented it nearly like the last arc. Yeah, she implemented it in the last arc of the series.
none of that for Ymir loving Fritz or for the Ymir Mikasa parallel. It's the one area where I'll kind of go, yeah, that that
Okay, another critique. He doesn't like the Ymir he doesn't like the Ymir mixed up parallel. But he still likes the ending though.
needed a lot of work, and I'm hopeful that the anime will actually begin to fix that. Because I don't think the plot point itself is inherently bad. I think it's an interesting thing to explore. It was just really undercooked. Like
The ending's still good though.
it was raw.
Yeah, and then but the thing about Ymir, and a lot of like, for example, you think it's a good ending, but Ymir, even though she's a small part of the story, granted, she's the reason why every single thing in Attack on Titan that happened. She is the reason. She is the backstory of the story. She's the equivalent to uh to the Night King in Game of Thrones. If you don't have a good explanation for why she did what she did and why she became every decision that she made and the resolution of those decisions, if you don't have a good explanation for it, then it makes this entire story feel forced because it all falls apart. So
See, I didn't need a lot from
I didn't need a
Ymir,
lot either. I just needed it to make sense. That's all I needed.
and this has been actually a confusing point. I've seen it kind of thrown around that she just obviously has future memories and can obvious it was kind of not necessarily manipulating the future, but she was pushing things. Um,
She
but
was.
I maybe I missed it. That's entirely possible. I've only done a couple read throughs, but did I miss something? I don't remember us ever learning that Ymir had future memories. In
No,
fact,
no,
so,
we never learned that. But we have to
so
infer that she did. We have to infer that she did
Wait to assume.
because why did she pick Aaron if she couldn't see the future? She sent the message.
Exactly. She sent the message for him, even though he wouldn't be born until 2,000 years from her, until 2,000 years later. So clearly, she definitely knew. She definitely had future memories or future vision, because she specifically chose Aaron. So clearly, she had some sort of future vision, future powers.
1,000 years ago.
yeah,
So
that's the only thing because I everything that happened in the story doesn't really need Ymir to me. I don't think it
Yeah,
needed
it doesn't.
it.
It does not
All
need
it
Ymir at all.
needed was
it doesn't need Ymir at all. It did, and it never needed Ymir. I'll give you that. It
no.
definitely
Never.
didn't need Ymir, but he put it in there.
Yeah, he put it. He foreshadowed it since the beginning. He put it in there. It's his fault for not doing it correctly.
Yeah, Ymir, honestly, I would have ended her story in 122. I would have had her, um, I would have had her just be freed by Aaron, and then we're
Yeah,
done.
I would have been done with it. Yes, but instead
Yes.
he decided to give her this whole long black story. The whole entire reasons why Titan existed this entire time was for her to conduct a test that she could have just not like. So basically, she had the choice to stop making Titans the whole time. That just makes this whole entire story feel like a troll to me. Like it takes so much away from it because this whole time I thought it was like this story of like human struggle and all that, this and that and the third. But the entire reason why the struggle, well, the entire reason why the struggle of this story happened in the beginning was because of this little girl who was a fucking idiot or just poorly written, one of the two.
Both. She poor and a fucking idiot. She's both.
And it makes the whole story go down like so many pegs for me. Just that, but that's another reason why. And I would have definitely preferred if Ymir wasn't included. But do you think that Ymir was handled well?
Uh, no, if I were going to criticize anything in the ending, it would be Ymir. I think
But he still likes the ending though. He still likes the ending. All these critiques, but he still likes the ending.
we didn't
Okay.
need much foreshadowing. We just needed something. And I'm confused as to why we didn't, because
And Isayama failed to deliver to deliver. He foreshadowed her since 2009. He foreshadowed her existence since 2009. I was in kindergarten when he made that foreshadowing. I was 5 years old, and then he just somehow fucks it up 12 years later. That was back in 2009. He foreshadowed her existence.
I don't think that was a I don't think that was an idea that Isayama came up with in 137 or 138. I don't know that. Maybe he did, but I don't think so. So I'm confused as to why.
No, he came up with the idea of Ymir Fritz. He came up with the existence of Ymir Fritz since chapter 1. If she was a late if she was a late introduction to the manga, then why is chapter 1 titled the way it is? Wouldn't it be titled something completely different? But no, Isao specifically chose to you 2,000 years from now. He specifically chose that.
Some foreshadowing. Um, but again, that's something I think um, will be fixed uh, by the anime adaptation. I think they're going to add some foreshadowing, make it make a little bit more sense.
Good luck with good luck with that. I don't know.
Good
I
luck
don't
with
know
that
how
one.
they're gonna do that. Okay, so another thing I want to ask you is how do you feel about Historia and her place? Do you think that we were those of us who believe there was something mysterious, or not mysterious, but something between her and Aaron? Do you think we were wrong to think that?
No, I don't think there. I don't think the interpretation was wrong. I don't think any interpretation really of. I don't. There are very few interpretations I would say are outright wrong. Um, I
Mm-hmm.
probably would have been on the same page as you guys
Mm-hmm.
before say 134 or 135, when I
Mm-hmm.
think it just became too cumbersome to give Historia more of a role with the limited number of chapters that remained. Um, I think, honestly, I think Historia has been mishandled since part one.
Okay, another critique. Oh, but you still like the ending though. Okay, let's count how many does he does not. What how many things he's not like? Okay, so he thinks that Ishiyama mishandled Aaron. He thinks that the guy's thank forgiving Aaron was also sloppy. He thinks that Ymir Fritz was bad. Um, what else? Shit, fuck. I had more than five, bro. He's okay. He's like, yeah. He thinks his story was mishandled. Okay, what's the fifth one? I have such bad memory. He thinks the story was mishandled. Uh, okay. He doesn't like that. He doesn't like Annie uh getting let scot free. Okay. What else? Mm, mm, what else? Oh, he doesn't like the extra 8 pages. He doesn't like that parody got destroyed. That is 7 critiques that he has of the ending. Well, he hates all of the 8 pages, so you can include all the 8 pages in that. He hates everything in 8 pages. The only thing he likes is the freaking the kid going to the tree. That's the only thing he likes about that. Besides that, he pretty much hates the 8 pages. That's what 7 critiques right now, maybe 8 if I'm not counting correctly, maybe 8. But he still likes the ending though. Despite all these critiques that he laid out all these critiques. Not Saints, not me. He did. He laid out all this, but he still likes the ending though. Okay.
Um, I think the decision to make her queen was a poorly designed one that went against her character arc. It was necessary for the story, but I think it was the exact wrong decision to make with her character.
In my opinion, I think it was fine. Honestly, I think perfect. I think it's fine. Honestly, in my opinion, I think it's fine because the story is a person that always thinks of the bright side of her situation, right? Uh, she was forced to be a soldier, right? Her father forced her to be a soldier to join the military. Yeah, that's true. But the part that came out of that is that she met Ymir. She made friends, right? She made friends and met Ymir, right? She became queen. She didn't want to become queen. She was forced to become queen, yes. But she did a positive thing out of that bad situation that she was in by making the orphanage for the underground kids. That's just how her story is. She's yeah, I would say yeah. She's optimistic. She tries to look at the good of the bad of the situation that she's in. She tries to make best of the situation that okay, that's the word. She tries to make the best out of the situation that she's in. Yes, she was forced to be in the military, but she made friends. Yes, she was forced to be queen, but she made an orphanage. So no, it's not out of her character. I think, in my opinion, I think if it's well.
Fair enough.
Sidelining her after that was not the it wasn't the best decision that could have been made, but there wasn't much that could have been done because Historia kind of occupied a role like not exactly like Yelena, but a bit like Yelena, where they become kind of obsolete once the action and the main conflict begins. They're more of the political players, they kind of lose their role after a certain
No,
point.
I get that. I get that 100%. But then why? Why do all the foreshadowing? Why have the hooded figure? Why have the MPs guessing who the baby daddy is?
Why show giving birth in 134? What's the whole point? Why remind us that she exists? Why remind us that oh she going in labor? Why remind us that if it was never going to be important?
Why even have the baby at all?
Yeah,
Aaron already
why?
knew. Aaron already knew that Zeke wouldn't end up eating her. So why?
I think the baby was meant to be symbolic.
Ugh,
Sorry, I just
symbolism,
saw a ping in the chat.
symbolism.
I think it was meant to be symbolic. I think the Aaron foreshadowing was a red herring. I also think it was something that um, Isayama kind of the door open for. Um,
I think he closed that door pretty quickly. I'm pretty sure he closed that door pretty well. Aaron is not the father. Even in the guidebook, it's confirmed Aaron is not the father. He didn't leave that door open. It was pretty much a shut case. Case done. Case closed. Aaron's not the father. A shut and done case.
as a maybe I go in this direction. I don't
Yeah,
know
but
that
that's bad writing, man. Like
That's bad writing.
he's leaving these seeds, and the problem is he's not just leaving the seeds to like bait and switch us or make us think something that isn't true. Because factually speaking, Historia did not have to get pregnant. The fact that
That's
Historia
a
got
fact.
pregnant by not only
And I'm saying right now, many, and I repeat, many ending defenders will always bring this up. They'll always say, Historia had to get pregnant. Historia had to do this. No, she didn't have to get pregnant. Then what's the whole point of the freaking wine plan? The wine plan was meant to make them um the whole plan the whole wine existed was prevent Zeke from being eaten. So that if the plan on eating Zeke, they can just scream and the Titans. That's the whole point of the wine plan. And obviously, people say, "Oh, but he would in as soon as Zeke stepped foot on the island, he would have ate started eating around the spot." No, because they don't want unnecessary because they can't control a pure Historia. He can cause unnecessary casualties. So obviously, they're gonna take some time to prepare. They're gonna take some time to prepare um a special room so that Zeke can be chained up, have a muzzle on his mouth, whatever, and that Historia be in the room and eats him, and no one else dies. That's it. So that's the whole point of the wine plan. So obviously, she thought of, hey, maybe between the time that Zeke arrives and Zeke's prepared to get eaten, we have opportunity between them. And that's where the wine plan came through.
that used to bully her, but someone who was like nameless, like irrelevant, like a person who's so irrelevant that we don't even know his name. She
Yep.
had
We never seen his face either.
she had a whole baby by this dude, and apparently she's in love with him. It came out of nowhere. It
He
literally
did.
makes no sense.
He did.
he should have gotten a name. I grant you that. He should have.
And the face. Can we not forget that as well? He didn't have a face. The only face that we saw of the farmer was already in the background, and it was like undetailed as fuck. So we don't even know we don't even know what his eyebrows look like at all. Nothing at all. We have no clue. No face, no name.
Been
At
named.
least
He should have been named. Um, I I think the Aaron stuff serves both directions. Um, I think it could be a I think it was a red herring, but I think it could have been something if Isayama decided to go in that direction.
It was going to be. It was actually. I'm gonna use a little word. Both. It was actually going to be both, right? You see, how I interpreted is that the whole plan, the whole plan was to not associate Historia with Aaron. That was the two whole plan, right? Because if the military finds out that the queen herself is associating with Aaron, and she's at a very vulnerable state, she's pregnant, so she's at a vulnerable, she can't fight. She's pregnant, so she's at a very vulnerable state. If they find out that Aaron is somehow linked to Historia, they will blackmail Aaron. They'll use Historia as hostage. Why did Historia lie about her due date? Why was the hooded figure behind Historia? Right? Why add that? And we do know it is established that Aaron left for Mali 10 months ago. Or around there anyways. That means, and let's use a little science here. A pregnancy lasts for around 40 weeks, right? That's about what? This 4 months, this 4 weeks in a month. That's about what? Roughly 10 months. And obviously, Historian knows that Armin and Hanji are smart people. Those two are very smart. They would piece it together. She would have been she would have been hot water. So she had to lie. It makes sense. Okay, yeah, the farmer did bully her. Yeah, but how can you make up for it? By being a front. So I don't get how it's like Isayama was trying to do a red herring inside a red herring. Then what? Sure, that's possible. You could do that, but you didn't execute it well, equaling bad writing.
Would have picked an ending way in advance because
And Isayama did. I believe, and many people believe that Isayama did have an ending in advance. Again, his original ending was going to be something like The Mist, but he changed it. He confirmed that he changed it. So he did have an ending. He did have an ending in mind. But guess what he did? He looked at fan theories, something that you should never do as a writer. And by the way, I only watched this video, so I know this first debater. He's a self-proclaimed writer. Isn't that that's bad? You don't look at fan theories, and then what he's trying to do is like he's trying to subvert everyone's expectations and theories and stuff, and he did it poorly.
going down this road of, oh, I don't fully know what I'm gonna do, and I'm a writer. um, I'm writing an Attack on Titan fan ending,
Uh-huh.
but
Right.
you have to know your band. And
And this is irrelevant, but did anyone have any link to it at all? Like any? Does anyone have any like title? Does anyone know what it's called? Because I'm okay interested. I want to see what I want to see his vision. I want to read. I want to see I want to read what his vision was of the ending. I want to see it. I want to see it. What's his vision? But again, he never really mentions it. He doesn't mention any title. He doesn't mention anything at all. I don't know. he doesn't have any social media handles that we know of. So we know how are we supposed to know what his vision is gonna be now?
And reading fan theories and changing your ending based on fan theories, not the best decision in my mind.
And yeah, in your mind, right? That's what Isayama did. That's exactly what he did. Okay, let me just use a little thing from another writer, George R. Martin. Now, he was in an interview. I don't know what year it was. I think it was like a few years ago. And this explains it. Hold on. I think I have it. George R. Martin did not listen to fan theories at all. He spoke about this. Um, he was in an interview and he spoke about this. Here, here. Let's take a quick glance of this.
You don't know, like you're saying that you don't sometimes know where it's going to go, but all of us have no idea where it's going to go. But do you often?
I intend to keep it that way.
Okay. We're gonna watch a short clip of George R. Martin talking about fan theories, and I want you guys to you guys talk about two types of writers, right? Two types of ways of reacting to fan theories, right? I want you guys to guess which one Isayama did. Let's watch the video.
Bugger. I thought I was going to be the one to wheedle it out of him, guys. Do you sometimes look at the speculation on the internet and go, oh my God, how are they coming up with these theories?
You know, I did once upon a time, a long, long time ago, but I've given up doing that. Actually, the internet Ice and Fire community, Game of Thrones community, of course, has grown hugely over the years, just like the series had. Actually began right here in Australia. The very first website ever devoted to the series was started by a guy named Peter Gibbs, who was called Dragonstone, and it was based here in Australia. And it was the first bulletin board where people would post their theories and discuss them and talk about who was the favorite character or who would win in a sword fight or, you know, what secrets they thought I was hiding or not hiding. And when that occurred, and now we're going back to, I think, around 1998, 99, that this Dragonstone started. I did look at it. I was very flattered to have a website entirely devoted to fans discussing not fantasy in general and not science fiction in general, but specifically the series that I was working on. And I read some of the discussions, but then it rapidly dawned on me, you know, I should not be doing this. For one thing, I don't want to actually post there, because the minute I post there, the free discussion among fans who are all more or less equal ends, and it becomes instead everybody gather around the author and ask him questions, and that's a distortion of what the format should be. I didn't want to do that. And the other thing is, yeah, some of the theories were incredibly wrong-headed and amusing in that sense. Some of them were clever, and maybe I hadn't thought of them, but now I'm saying, you know, that would be a good idea.
Have you done that?
No, I don't want to do that either, because then, you know, then I'm like taking ideas from the fan. I want this to be my own ideas. And then the other one was, of course, you know, I have certain things that I'm laying clues for that there'll be revelations later on. Some people had put together those clues even as early as 1998 and are adding things together. I said, well, what do I do with that? What do I do with that? These people have guessed the secret that I'm going to reveal in book 6. People have already guessed that here, and book 2 is just out.
Okay, pay attention. This is the clip. This is the special clip. Pay attention. Isayama confirmed in an interview that he reads fan theories. Let me show you and answer this little question. Which type of how did he react to these fan theories? George R. Martin, lay down the question.
you really have two choices there. You can ignore it and proceed with your plan, despite the fact that some people know where you're going. Or you can get all panicky and say, oh my God, they figured it out. I can't let that be. I'll have to change it. I'll have to go in a different direction. And I think some writers do that. And I think that's always a mistake.
Just like Yama.
Yeah.
You know, if you've planned your book that the butler did it, and then you read on the internet someone has figured out that the butler did it, and you suddenly change in midstream and it was the chambermaid who did it, then you screw up the whole book, because you get this foreshadowing early on, and you've got these little clues you planted. Now they're dead ends, and you have to introduce other clues, and you're retconning. It's a mess. So I decided as early as Dragonstone's heyday, and I think that site had gone away by 2000.
So, how did ECM react to fan theories? Do you think they did the first option, proceed with your plan, despite people being correct, or did they get panicky and try to subvert people's expectations? I mean, obviously, if you actually know the series, you can clearly tell which one he did. And those who don't know, he did the second one. Clearly, he did the second one. So that's again, he's influenced by George R. R. Martin. He said he's influenced by Game of Thrones. Oh, I guess he's really influencing the show.
And honestly, I'm amazed with all the things I found to be a problem with Isayama's style. He played it very loose at the hip.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm honestly surprised I appreciated the ending as much as I did.
Me too.
But
Dude, as soon as he decided to change up his original plan, it was not his story anymore. The fans had the power. Right? Look at George R. R. Martin. We have been pressing him, well, not me specifically, but his community has been pressing him for years to release The Winds of Winter. And he has not done it yet. Because you know why? It's his story. He will take his time on doing it. He will release it when he feels like it's good. Because it's his story, not ours. Isayama crumbled. And he bowed to the fans. Something as a writer you should never do. Because at that point, it is not your story anymore. It's the fan's story. It's a story for the fans, not for yourself.
Because you seem to have a lot of issues with it.
I do. I have a lot of issues with it. I'm not.
But he still likes the ending, though.
I'm not one of the ending defenders who says it's perfect. I don't think it's a perfect ending. I think it gets really just enough.
You know what? I fuck with him. You know what? I fuck with this guy. Despite all the bullshit that he spewed out a little bit, I fuck with him. You know why? Because at least he's not afraid to admit that there is something wrong, that there is plot lines and stuff that happened that were bad or that were mishandled. He's a rare type of ending defender you don't see nowadays, man. It's either one side or the other. And I'm saying that for both sides. I'm not saying ending haters are freaking are innocent. They're not innocent on this. Yes, there are ending haters that do the exact same thing. But I appreciate about him. He at least admits when there's stuff that are wrong. And I'm a little spoiler warning. The next ending defender that's gonna try and debate Saint is not like that at all. At all. Just a little spoiler. He's not like that at all.
Right. I think it gets
So you're saying like it just like stumbles up the finish line.
It lands on it. It lands on both feet.
Okay.
It lands on both feet with broken ankle with a sprain, with 2 sprained ankles, a broken toe, and an injured heel. But besides that, it lands. It lands fine.
It lands on both feet.
Oh,
It doesn't land perfectly. It doesn't land triumphantly. It just lands.
all right. Well, let me ask you one last question. This one is the big. Aaron and Mikasa
Oh God,
Don't care.
don't care,
Don't.
good. He doesn't care.
how do you not know?
Oh, appreciate him too. He doesn't care about Aaron and Mikasa relationship. He doesn't care. But let's see how he talks about it. But I still appreciate it though. I still appreciate that he doesn't care. Yeah, I
Think
fuck him
that
for that.
they were written to be a couple? Do you think that they were written to be in love with each other throughout the entirety of the story, or do
I
you
think
think it
there.
was brought up half-assed like everything else?
I think it was hinted at plenty of times. I don't think it was overtly hinted at because I don't think, at least in we got most of the interactions between them. I don't think it was. I don't think romance was the point at that point. I don't think romance was even something that was being really
Not
considered.
really. Not really. It wasn't. So why all of a sudden is it a romance story then?
I think romance got brought in part two because the characters were maturing. I think Isayama was changing as a writer, and I think he wanted to go in a different direction. I think chapter 50, I think, um, the the end of season two chapter. I don't remember if that was 50 or not. I think that's
Mm.
a solid hint at where Isayama was going. I think the cart scene in part two, or in
Oh,
part
Aaron
two,
blushing.
I think that was a hint, but I don't think it was.
It was not a good one because everyone was blushing in the cutscene. So sure, it could have been a hint. Not a good one. It could have been though.
It wasn't an overt hint. I don't think there were any overt hints.
Okay.
That's the problem. What makes it bad is that there's no. Okay, how do I even say this? All the moments that Aaron and Mikasa had can be debated. It's arguable. All the moments that they had are arguable. It's not 100% confirmed. Yes, this is a confirmed romantic moment between them. None of the scenes that they had are ever are never 100% confirmed. Let's take and again, I'm not an EA shipper. I'm not a very strong EA shipper. Yes, I do ship them because the story, it will make better sense in the story. But let's just look at the story for a second. There are undeniable proof that Aaron was so looking up to Astoria. Here's one example. Okay, Aaron, when Aaron and the gang were preparing to defeat Rod Reese from attacking the wall, Aaron has a monologue, right? I don't know which chapter it was. Hold on, let me check on my phone, but I don't know which chapter it was. Aaron monologue. Um, what chapter was it? Uh, what chapter was it? I can't find it. Hold on. If I can find the right chapters, then I can got you guys. Cause I remember it was it was Rod Reese. I remember correctly. It was Rod Reese. They were preparing to kill Rod Reese, and then what the fuck? Okay, when did Rod Reese turn to a Titan? Because if you figure out if you can figure that one out, um, Rod Titan. Hold on. Because if you can figure out what chapter did he turn into a Titan, then I could pretty much bro, what chapter was it? Hold on. I'm sorry. I am so sorry for this delay. I'm just trying to freaking find the. Because it was after Jamil was gone. I know for a fact it was after Jamil was gone. Nope. Nope. Because at the end of the Uprising arc is the aftermath. What chapter was it? What chapter was it? I'm trying to find the chapter. I know for a fact he had a freaking. I think from from looking at Wikipedia, I'm just trying to read the thing. Yes, Hardens. Okay. Between chapter 67 and chapter. Let's see here. Chapter 67. Let's see 67. Oh, fuck. Oh, 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 you're not going so well. Fuck up already. Again, I'm a rookie streamer. I'm still willing to vote. You can do this. You can do this. Come on, come on. Which one is it? Nope. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, there's one undeniable moment as well. So it's an undeniable fact that Aaron was proposing to have himself be eaten by Rod Reese, right? Because Rod Reese can't turn back into a Titan unless he eats a Titan shifter. That's just a normal fact. So Aaron's like, wait a minute. If that Titan eats me, then he can be the founding Titan, right? And he's ready to do that. Nobody says anything. That's the story about this. Mikasa say something, and then it's her. Historia decided to this is undeniable fact, undeniable proof, right? Historia chose Eren over her own father, right? Even though, yeah, she knows her father longer than she knows Eren, but since she knows Eren better, how I say this, since she knows better about Eren than her own father, like, what am I saying here? She proposed the idea. Historia proposed the idea to kill Rod, and then justified the massacre of the Reese family. She justified that. Aaron never thought about, damn, maybe Dad was trying to save humanity. No, that idea of that Aaron's father, Grisha, was saving he married from inside the walls. That was Historia. She planted that inside his head. And look at this. Hold on. That again. The monologue. Where's the monologue? This is volume 1, right? Where's the one? Fuck! It's in the other one. Shit. It's in chapter 68. It's definitely in chapter 68. Hold on. There. This is the monologue right here. Where's the monologue right here? Historia, you become so strong. I thought that you were weak, but it was the other way around. I was the weak one. And then somewhere along the line, I started to think I was special. That's why I accepted it, the unavoidable other soldiers died for my sake. The same way my power I had trained so much by accepting my own Titan body on second fall. Because that power is my own, how true a person how weak a person thinks. What should I do? Sure. Maybe now I can plug a hole in the wall, but that doesn't mean I can teach me, an average nobody. So look at that. He's admitting that even in his own monologue, he's not saying this to anyone else. He even admits that Historia is the strong one. He admits that there's more. He admits that Historia is strong, and he realizes that there's more to strength besides physical strength and powers. There's more to strength than that, and he learns that because of Historia.
If you're gonna end your story, a romance, don't you think it's kind of important to like?
And not only that, I don't know if I might be wrong. I might be wrong, but the only person that Aaron has ever complimented directly, like face to face, the only person that Aaron has ever complimented someone was Historia. The only girl he ever complimented to face to face was Historia. That's undeniable. She says he calls her amazing. Then they blush and they have a little moment. That can be seen as romantic. That could definitely seen as romantic. It's not. It's in you can't. It's way harder to argue about that. And some of that can't be romantic. I mean, Aaron really called her amazing. There's more solid proof with Aaron between Aaron and Astoria than Aaron and Mikasa. But you know why? Because that was the whole point. As Aaron and Astoria connection grew, the connection between Aaron and Mikasa started to weaken. That's the whole problem. That's in my opinion, that was again. You could argue, you can debate me on this, but that was the whole point. That was the whole point of doing that. That was the whole point of undercooking enemy cost relationship. That's the whole point of underdeveloping it. Was to show that Mikasa's development was to be separate, to have her own identity away from Eren, to have her own solidified identity. That was the whole point. And yet, we got what we got. And then people they accept it. No matter how much things that are wrong with what happened about the series in hindsight, they still accept it and they still say it's good. Looking at
Up throughout the story.
Yeah, I think it's.
and guess what he did? He did it with Aaron and the story. In my opinion, that was the whole point of that was the whole point. As Aaron and his story's connection grew larger, as their friendship relationship, whatever the connection, as it grew stronger, the connection between Aaron and Mikasa grew weaker. That was the whole point. Therefore, that relationship would help Mikasa to distance herself and become her own person.
I
And
think
to
it's
be
important.
honest, Mikasa and Eren never had one single reciprocal romantic
Unarguable.
interaction throughout the entire story.
I would go back to chapter 50, 123.
You can't go back to chapter 50. You can't go. Wait, 123. What happened to 123? Oh no, it was a cutscene. Yeah, you can't go back. You can't see chapter 50 because that is arguable. All those things are easily arguable because we know that sure, Aaron does not love Mikasa. Sure, Aaron loves Mikasa, but as family, as a friend, as a comrade, not as a partner or romantic interest. In that scarf scene, this is my opinion and how I interpret it. Aaron giving Mikasa the scarf is basically, you know what? Um, you sure you may have lost, yeah, you lost your family, but you have a new family now. It's like a welcoming thing, like a welcoming thing. Welcome to the Jaeger family, right? Welcome to the Jaeger family. That scarf was, in my opinion, that scarf was as comfort to know that she has a new family. She's not gonna be an orphan or whatever. She's gonna have a new family. So I don't know how then now with the now because of 139, that turned into that familial bond is now turned into a romantic bond.
Um, I I would go to the cart scene as well, but
Nope, everyone, you can't do that. Everyone was blushing. Does that mean? No, wait a minute. Does that mean that Aaron and John are a thing? I mean, they were both blushing. John noticed that Aaron was blushing before anyone else. He mentioned it before anyone else did. So, does that mean Aaron and John are a thing? I don't know. If you go by his logic, then the whole, all the whole group's in the little poly little relationship over there. Aaron and John are a thing then. By his logic. I mean, hey, John is blushing. Aaron is blushing. John's the first one to mention that Aaron is blushing. Who's the first one to notice that Aaron is blushing? That means that they're a thing then. Going by his
I mean,
logic.
blushing is not really.
if you wanted to say there were no overt hints and it wasn't hinted overtly enough, I wouldn't I, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that criticism, but I can see it. I don't disagree with it. I don't think at the end of the day it was
Well, I'm just saying
a
it was never like both characters at the same time. Is what I'm saying. There were times, obviously, when Mikasa confessed to being, how she felt about Eren before they died, and when Eren unlocked the power of the coordinate, and when Eren said, "What am I to you?" and she said, "Family." Those were scenes where not, either one of the other was not reciprocating the romantic feelings with the other one. So what I'm saying is they haven't had one single scene together where they both reciprocated that they loved each other other that actually happened other than the little vision that he gave Mikasa, which I'm still not even sure how he was able to do that, but the vision that he gave Mikasa is the only time that happens. So if you're
You'll never
writing a
know.
story where
You'll never
this
know.
romance is the entire this romance solves everything. If these two do this thing, then Romeo and Juliet type shit. How can you go from them never having one single romantic encounter for the 10 years the story has been out to now the whole entire story is revolved around them?
So I think that the romance between Eren and Mikasa, if I could even really call it that, and I don't know that Isayama would necessarily call it that. I think the point of it
Not a romance. And if it was posted once, it's a poorly written one. That's just how it is.
was
Isayama will
that
call it that.
Yeah, Isham will call it that. Many people will call it that. Many people call it that. Many anime defenders will call it that. Many of them will call it that.
I think the point is that it was underdeveloped to a degree. I think
Again, yes, that was the point. The point was to make it underdeveloped so it'll help develop Mikasa as a character. That was the whole point. Yes, that was his whole point. That's the whole point of making it underdeveloped, was to help Mikasa develop as a character, to have her own identity. But then Isayama failed to execute well, leading to 139.
romance was never really meant to flourish and develop. I think a lot of the
I mean, Isayama said in an interview that they were supposed to kiss in chapter 50. That's what he said.
point
That's what he said.
was you can't have a romance in that world. I,
Well,
because
Armin can.
Armin can, yeah,
did we
Armin
ever
can.
get any overt that they were actually dating, or is that the
I mean,
Okay, well, they weren't dating, but you can imply that. Let's see. Let's have some evidence here. Well, we have. Let's talk. I know. Let's talk about it. Okay, so we have Armin and Annie sitting on a boat, blushing to each other. Too what? Why I say nervous or shy? Too embarrassed. Yeah, too embarrassed to look each other in the eye, sitting next to each other, and then you have Annie admitting that besides hearing his voice, she also heard Armin's pretty frequently. So that means that Armin kept on visiting her multiple times, right? And then we have the conversation that Annie and Mikasa had, where Mikasa suddenly figures out that Annie has a thing for Armin. So yeah, it was pretty obvious that they were gonna be a thing. It was pretty obvious, honestly. And that's just using the post time skip alone. That's not even including the pre time skip, right? Armin complimented Annie in the pre time skip. If I'm correct, he did compliment her and said that you're a cool person. But yeah, there's a lot of evidence in the post time skip that they were going to be the thing, going to be a thing.
that we got.
fine.
But
Historia can.
Historia can. Historia.
Wait, oh, Saints, this is just, oh, he didn't mention it. He just like, okay, let's move on. What? And I get it, yeah, this is his first time debating, and this, again, he probably found out later on, in the later TATACAWs, maybe he figured out, but maybe he found out that there were pretty overt, evidence. So, but come on, man, there's still so much evidence in the post time skip, but he doesn't mention that one example. Why, Saints?
With an unnamed character.
Exactly.
That I mean, honestly, that kind of helps my case a little bit. She only got a romance with an unnamed character who
Yeah, it proves your point that her story was mishandled. Yeah, it proves that point. It proves that point
really
greatly.
wasn't part of the story. The story itself didn't leave much room for characters to be romantically involved. Historia could only get it with a character who wasn't in the story.
Well, that's fine. If
She didn't have to give anyone at all. She didn't have to be with the farmer. Isayama wrote it that way. She didn't have to get. She had to get with the farmer at all. At all.
If that's fine, if that's a story, I prefer a story that's told that way. I'm not really much of a romance fan, but the thing is, if you turn it from a romance to a love story in the last second, let's say if let's flip it to the other side and say like you're watching like The Notebook, and then at the end of The Notebook, in the last 10 minutes, it turns into Rambo.
I
Like,
would watch
wouldn't you
that.
be like, oh my god,
I'd
oh
watch
my
that.
god?
I don't know if it'd be good, but I'd
It
watch
wouldn't
it.
be good. It'd be like you'd be like, what the hell is going on?
I'd be
That
really amused.
well, yeah, I would be amused
No,
if stuff like that happened. Yeah, but not in a good way.
no, not in a good way. I think I think the hints were there. I don't think they were overt enough. I think undercooking a lot of it is sort of the issue. I think a lot of the stuff I liked was a little undercooked. The things I did
Another critique. He thinks that the relationship between Eren and Mikasa was undercooked. Another critique. That's what 8. That's confirmed 8. But he still likes the ending though.
didn't like were undercooked. I think the pacing really didn't allow for time to develop things in the way he wanted to. I think
Oh, the pacing was bad. That's number 9. The ending is still good though.
he just wanted to be done. And I mean, he's been writing for 10 years. I get it, but dude, you're almost there. Give it a little more time.
Well, what I'm saying is, you agree that the romance was not handled well. You agree that the plot thread handled well. You agree that the ending was
Yes.
rushed. You agree that the
Yes.
extra 8 pages contradict the original ending.
Yes.
You agree that the original 8 pages contradict the entire story's themes,
Yes.
and you agree that Aaron was rushed. You agree with all these
Yes.
things, and you the ending is good.
I
Yeah.
think yes, I can handle rushed pacing. I don't like rushed pacing. I'm annoyed by rushed pacing, but
Oh
at
my
the end,
goodness.
what's important to me as a viewer, again, themes and your writing.
Ah, themes. That's why he likes it, because it's for themes. And no, I'm not. He says character writing, but then again, he contradicted what he said, because he said that Aaron was rushed, his story was rushed, the relationship between Aaron and Mikasa was underdeveloped. So the character writing was all mad. That makes no sense. He likes it because of themes. The second one that he said, the character writing, that's already out the window. That's already contradicting to what he to the reasons why he doesn't like the ending, or this or as yeah.
I want to, if you have ideas that I can appreciate, that I can understand, then yes, I'm going to criticize the pacing. I'm going to criticize the foreshadowing. But at the end of the day,
I'm gonna criticize the character writing. I'm gonna criticize that the endings don't match the tone. I'm gonna criticize the poor tone changes. But yeah, I still like the ending because of themes. Because he said character writing is already out the window. You don't like how Aaron is rushed. You don't like how his story was dealt with. You don't like how a relationship is dealt with. So what do you like about the ending? You just like it because there's themes. Themes do not equal good storytelling at all. Just because you have themes in a story doesn't mean it makes it good. If that's the case, every story is good. Because every story has some sort of theme.
I'm going to like what you've done just because even if it wasn't handled the best it could have been, and I agree it wasn't handled the best it could have been, it's, as a writer, I appreciate when somebody attempts something really ambitious that even if it doesn't fully work, if it works on some levels and is ambitious, I'm gonna forgive a lot. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying I'm the perfect viewer in that, but I'm gonna forgive a lot because you've done something.
He forgave. Yeah, apparently, ECR's idea was so ambitious that he forgave nearly 9 points, no, 10 points on why he didn't like the ending, and how the ending in hindsight ruins characters. So because Isayama subverted expectations, all 10 points are automatically swept under the rug.
Interesting. And if I'm still thinking about your ending 7 months after it's happened, I and some of it for bad, some of it for good. But if I'm thinking about your ending for 7 months after it's happened, if
Give
even
credit where credit is due, right?
yeah, if even half of the reason I'm thinking about it is because wow, that was really interesting. Why did he do that? I'm going to appreciate it, even if I grant a lot of the criticisms against it for being rushed. Yeah, but I am also of the opinion that if we were given two, maybe three more chapters, I think 99% of my problems could have been very.
Does that mean Game of Thrones is good? That means Game of Thrones is good, right? Game of Thrones ended in what, 2018, and people are still referencing the ending of Game of Thrones now. Hey, that means good. That means it's good. It's good. You gotta give props to, again. I'll give more props to Dave and Dan more than Isayama, because guess what? Dave and Dan, they didn't have any other source. They didn't have any more source material. So I give more props to them more than Isayama, who's no.
I have no disagreement with the
The
with the
core
structure.
message,
Yeah, I have no disagreement with the core message or the core plot points. Just
except for the extra 8 pages.
except the extra 8 pages, I don't agree with the extra eight
Yeah.
pages.
All right. Well, fair enough, man. It's been great talking to you.
Yeah,
I know you said you didn't want it to last that long, but I appreciate you coming in, keeping it cordial and respectful.
He didn't want to last that
Yeah,
long.
which is
Yeah,
very good perspective. I
he's
do
half the
appreciate
stream.
that. I do
He's
appreciate that.
half the stream.
thank you. Yeah, I'd be happy to do it again sometime if you wanted.
Definitely, I'll let you know. We'll probably do this again next week.
All
All
right,
right. All right.
have a good one, man.
You too. All right, everybody.
Okay,
Thanks, Dylan. Give a claps for Dylan for coming out. You know.
I ain't clapping. Okay, let's find, the next one is Racer AOT. Now I warned you, he will appear again in the later episodes, but I will see right now, if I start yelling, if I wake people up, 'cause I don't live by myself, but I live with my family, so if I wake up my family members, if you hear me yelling, just so you know, so let's find him. The cut some time, cause it's 2:30 in the morning right now. Let's find where he's at. Hold on.
Less
Speaking.
subjective. What you guys think, so?
Hold on.
Or
Let me
follow
just.
her orders.
Okay, there it is. Okay. Thank you, numbers. Let's go to 6. Let's see what 6. Let's see if he says anything.
Do you think?
Angel, I'm sorry, Angel. It's not like. Okay, sorry.
Do you think it's well written?
Okay, yeah, so basically he usually says this to begin with. So again, this guy's name, Racer AOT. I'm gonna say this right now, man. I'm warning you guys. He no, I want you guys to listen to what he says.
Yeah, I do
I'll
think.
break it down as you
Do you think
continue.
it's a well ending?
Yeah, and I do think that.
Okay.
I've been in 9 months. I've like. Oh, speaking of which, I've been on Titanfall for 9 months, and
I love Titanfall.
Huh?
I said I
Kind
love
of.
Titanfall again.
All right. Kind of feel like it went to shit after like one of them were just posting real Aaron like 2019. I don't care if like yeah really about like no offense to you, I don't really care about whether you hate the ending or like the ending. I feel like 2019 Titanfolk was literally the best Titanfolk. I've actually like recently gotten a ton of memes.
Skip. This is completely irrelevant. I'm gonna skip it.
I wouldn't know.
I'm gonna skip this bit because this is completely irrelevant. This is just boundary at this
Well
point.
written ending and what you
Okay.
consider to be a poorly written ending. Give an example of a poorly written ending that's not Attack on Titan.
Uh, Demon Slayer, Food Wars. There's also
Uh, this is probably one thing I'm ever gonna admit that this is probably the one thing I'll ever agree with him. I agree that Demon Slayer had a bad ending. That's probably the only thing I'll probably ever agree with him on this the rest of this stream. Again, I don't remember I don't remember what all the points he said by heart, but I will only agree with him this once. I will agree on this rare occurrence that yes, Demon Slayer ending is not good.
so the Demon Slayer, Food Wars. I'd say those are probably the two most notable ones. Demon Slayer because they kind of had like a ton of problems with like Shinobu fucking becoming. Oh, actually, wait, sorry. Sorry, that was my inconsideration. Are you guys like
You
all
can
cut up
curse
with like?
if you want.
It's because I don't want to actually end up spoiling you because
Oh
I
no!
know
Oh
how
yeah, yeah,
like.
yeah. People, let's not spoil Demon Slayer for the Demon Slayer
Well,
fans.
okay,
But
so Demon Slayer and Food Wars. Food Wars, I actually feel like less people care about it because the anime's ended a while ago. But anyway, Food Wars basically just ended up in that trap where it's like it kind of lost harm and that it originally had, and also the author himself was dealing with declining sales, so he had to basically wrap it up quickly. And
okay,
it was like, and and the epilogue does improve it, but it's still, I don't think it's a very well written series. It's
okay,
the
Okay, let's go.
like
He does a lot. He does
missing
Rambo a
closure
lot.
for
Okay.
uh one of the other some of the other girls, and missing uh closure. It's just like, I'm sorry, a lot of trying to not
okay.
spoil it.
What
No, it's fine.
the fuck? Why do I get? Yeah, someone followed me. Yes, thank you for the follow. Hold on, who followed me? That's fucking scared me. Fuck, fuck. Wow, who? Yeah, I'll fall for follow. Just give me some time. Let me just finish the stream first, and I'll fall for follow. Fuck, you fucking scared the shit out of me, bro. Yes, I'll follow you. Just hold on a second. Thanks, Josh. You was taken. I will follow you. Just let me finish the stream first, and I'll follow you. Alright? Okay.
You don't want you
Patience.
so I just wanted to get a understanding of what you would consider to be good and what you consider to be bad. So all right, so let's just focus on Attack on Titan then. So what about Attack on Titan's ending? Do you think if you were to say, if someone was to ask you like to write a review of Attack on Titan's ending, why it's not why you like it, but why it's actually a good, well written ending for the series,
Yeah. Why is it objectively good?
what would you say?
139 itself, or are we talking about the entire rumbling arc?
Let's just stick to 139 for now.
All right. So, okay. So, firstly,
Okay, hold on a second. Something now when I go and look at the stream, it's an error occurrence. So let me just go on a new tab. Oh fuck, no, new window. Fuck, sorry. New window. Let's go on let's go on Twitch. I'm and then I'm gonna which I'm going to and literally try to make sure that every people can do it. So this give me some time. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I'm just checking if the stream actually works or not. I'm trying to use my phone to look at the stream, but it's saying error code. So I want to make sure that at least they can view the stream, you know? Let's see here. It says I'm offline. Why say I'm offline? I'm not offline. I'm pretty online. I'm pretty online. Is it objectively good? Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. No, 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 no. Okay. Now what's going on? It's saying I'm offline, even though I'm clear on. So I don't know what the fuck is going on. Because even on my Twitch studio, it says that, and I'm still going on, right? The session's still continuing. So whatever, that's fine. I'm pretty sure it's a little error. I updated recently, so I guess it's a little error. But let's continue. Irrelevant. Let's continue. It doesn't matter because I'm gonna release it as a VOD anyways. So again, I'm not as pressed as I originally would be.
Like, Aaron. Actually, I'd say probably the 8 pages. As much as people hate it, I really love the 8 pages because it shows Mikasa moving on, and honestly, it's like just showing. I know it's like some of your audience might not agree with this, but that's just like Izayama being a Chad and saying that he really does not bow down to shippers at all.
He does. He did. He bowed down to the fans because he admitted in his interview that he used the fans. He read fan theories, and looking at how it ended, he bowed down to us. He ain't no Chad. He's not a Chad. He bowed down to us. But you don't think that, but he did. He even admitted himself. He read fan theories, and look at his actions. Yeah, he bowed down.
Because like you really have to pay for this volume, like volume 34, and not only does it like literally destroy quote unquote EM's shipping and everything, it also has her moving on with another man.
But did she really move on though?
Yeah, did she?
What makes you think
like,
she moved on?
I feel like this is something I feel like a lot of. She was visiting him on his death anniversary, and as much as
every
Aaron's
single
done
year,
awful things,
every single year for decades, would you be comfortable with your wife visiting her ex-boyfriend's deathbed?
Aaron's not exactly her ex-boyfriend.
Okay,
might as well be. Might as well be. At this point. Oh crap! Yeah, might as well be.
Also, John has always set up this relationship with Aaron.
Well, like, no, that's John.
We don't know.
We don't know that's John.
It's most likely John because it's like not only is he wearing like.
It's most likely, but it's not confirmed. We have to assume that it's John. Then yeah, it most likely is John. But we have to assume that, do we?
Season 1 also had like them wearing a similar outfit.
Yeah,
but anyway,
that's an assumption.
regardless of whether it's John or not.
Yeah.
Regardless of whether it's John or not, I think it also is fair for her to pay respects to Aaron because even if Aaron's like done awful things, and I'm not gonna dismiss that.
Done awful things like murdered 80% of the fucking world. That is beyond awful. Kill innocents, and even kill his own people, some of his own people, because it's established by Ulo that there are aliens all over the world. that are treated differently. But confirmed also by Ulo that um that they're being that the aliens in Mali are being treated the best out of the whole world, besides obviously the aliens in the island. So that means that the aliens everywhere else are being treated way worse than the ones in Mali, and they live a life of suffering from beginning to end because of Aaron. Done a horrible thing. Like he's saying it like it's so it's saying it's like nothing. He killed 80% of the world. He didn't. He destroyed 80% of the world. But you gotta pay respect still.
Why is she wearing his scarf still? Like even when she's getting buried, why is she still
Yeah,
wearing the
why?
scarf?
Why?
Because it's I don't know what it is. Anyway,
The
because
scarf is
she's
clearly
still
now.
Dodged it. He dodged. Oh,
It's
what was
not
this?
a. It's not a familiar bond anymore. The scarf means a romantic bond between them.
He
So
does.
if that's
It
like
means
the
that
I
same
now.
mean,
thing as like
to be
wearing your
fair, wait, let me go.
ex-husband's ring.
Let's see finish, bro.
I mean, on one hand, I understand like people are saying, "Oh yeah, this and that," but on the other hand, it's also her like bond, and again, like you're saying, it's her bond to Aaron.
Yes,
Aaron
but it's a
is
romantic
still
bond now, though. But it's a
It's
romantic
romantic
bond, so
by
it
now.
can't be.
You're dodging it. You're dodging it. You sure you're dodging. You're straw manning what Saint is saying. He's saying it's romantic bond now.
It's not a family thing anymore.
Yeah, it's not a family thing
it's a
anymore.
romantic thing.
I mean, yeah, can people who are like widows not have like, marry, move on, but still
Okay, so
keep
Yeah, but the problem. Oh my god, it's so stupid. You're so stupid. I don't call people dumb. I call people dumb, but as a joke. But I think this man is legitimately stupid. Yes, I understand. If you are a widow and you have something of your husband, I understand that, right? But let's put this in your little perspective here. Did did that person's past partner ever commit a global genocide? Did that person ever murder someone? I understand if it's a normal widow, normal. I understand, I understand. But but if we're using the context of the story, if we're using the context of the story, she'll have no reason to wear the scarf. Why would she? Why would she? Why would we want to be reminded of what the deeds he did? Because of him, 80% of people outside that fucking island is dead, buried under burnt dirt, whatever, crushed to death. That's not something you want to be reminded of every fucking day you wear that scarf. At that point, the negatives greatly outweigh the positives that you experienced with Aaron. Right? If his story, if freaking no, sorry, if Mikasa at least buried the scarf or he put it somewhere where she can't see it, out of sight, out of mind, I will agree, I will understand that. But she was until she dies. She visited his grave until she dies. And from what we're seeing, it seems like she's the only one that does that. She's the only one that can. It's like a fucking tradition.
from there. It's just like
but yeah,
that kind of thing.
keep it is one thing, but wearing it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Keeping it one thing, but running it's a whole another problem. Especially if you were first-hand witness of all the chaos he made. Yep,
Every day is
that's you.
another thing. So if
I
you're
Yep,
mean,
if you were dating someone, right? I don't know, guy, I don't know who you date. If you were dating someone, if you had a partner, and that person was wearing, let's say, the hoodie of the person that they got previously, and they wear that hoodie all the time, it's their favorite hoodie. Wouldn't like be like, damn, that's kind of
You would feel some way?
I mean, I feel like if I'm getting upset over them wearing a key piece of their ex or like somebody that they loved and they died, I feel like I'd just be a total bitch if I was like saying,
Oh,
"Oh
so it's
yeah,
because they're
you
dying. Well,
should."
what if they were alive? What if they were alive?
Yeah, because they're dead.
I mean, we're talking about Attack on Titan.
I
Aaron,
know.
Oh, clearly not. I mean, you brought real life examples over here. You're like, you when Saint was talking about it, like, oh, what about a widow? What about a widow? You used real life examples, so why can't Saint do it? Why can't Saint have can use real life hypotheticals? You can, but he can't. Rule for thee, but not for me. Hypocrites.
No, but
is
what if they were
Hypocrite.
alive? I'm just asking. What if they were alive?
I mean,
Yeah. What if?
I'd say I'd be that'd be a slightly different story because then obviously I'd be it would be weird for them to have like an emotional bond.
So
But at
why
the
is it
same
okay to
time,
have an emotional bond with someone who's dead and not someone who's alive?
Exactly. Why?
because
Especially if someone that fucking committed genocide.
who's dead, the dead can't exactly like make.
Nah, but because he's dead though, we can forgive. We can forgive him. Okay, let's use the real life example. What about Hitler? What about Hitler? Right? He has. He's he's the reason why so many fucking Jews died. But since now he's dead, I guess it's okay to at least trying to sympathize with someone. No, you wouldn't do that. That makes no sense.
Like move on or see another girl or do another thing. They're kind of just dead. They're like soldiers of war. If somebody dies in war, they're still like their feelings and everything for them aren't necessarily just diminished.
Okay, fair enough. All right. So how do you feel about the fact that she's the
Okay, so the positive feelings about Aaron isn't diminished, but what about the whole fucking genocide thing? I mean, why not that? They're gonna forget about that. They're just gonna sweep that under the rug. It was a little mistake, a little accident. What?
one?
Mm,
Don't you think that's
yeah.
kind of like
It's
weird? Like to be.
I mean, hey, it was literally the most foreshadowed event of all time.
I'm not saying.
Like
No, it was not. The most foreshadowed event in the series was the existence of Ymir Fritz. That was the most foreshadowed event of all. Okay, first of all, not of all time. I know it's a hyperbole. That's way more fucking exaggerating on that one. Because I'm pretty sure there are way more freaking foreshadowed events than of all time. No, okay, that's one thing. He's stupid. I know it's a hyperbole, but that's not even true whatsoever. And number three, and number two, that that possibility was not even fucking true. The most foreshadowed event of all time in AOT was Jameer's existence. Ymir Fritz's existence. That is the most foreshadowed event of all time, or of all of Attack on Titan. Because the first title chapter to you 2,000 years from now, Ymir Fritz is the most Ymir the the introduction of Ymir Fritz is the most foreshadowed event of all of AOT, not Mikasa killing Eren. Read again, man.
I'm saying
Read
bad
again.
writing. I'm not saying bad writing that she killed him. What I'm saying is, isn't it kind of weird for her to be acting like, you know, this guy?
I mean, yeah, like if you feel sad about it, why'd you kill him then? I mean, you're willing to sweep him. You're willing to keep the scarf on him, despite this man killed 80% of the people. Why kill him then? It doesn't make sense. Why kill Eren? Why kill Eren then? You go have your cake and eat it too. be safe and secure while Aaron's still alive. Why not? Why kill him then?
He loved me, I loved him, but she's the one that actually killed him.
Yes,
Yeah.
and honestly, the thing is also, I like to say this is like, I was on Titanfall debating this law, but the reason that Mikasa killed him is that honestly, it shows that as much as she does love him, and she does love him, she's not
Oh,
bound by him,
that's
and
so
she's not gonna
obvious.
necessarily accept him to.
Oh, oh yeah, no. She's not bound by Aaron. That is true. But I mean, she's still wearing the scarf all the way to her death. Even when she was buried, she buried with the scarf. So she pretty much accepted him.
The rest of the world, and
Well, what?
She did. She did. If she didn't accept what Aaron has done, she would not wear the scarf. Wouldn't she be traumatized seeing the scarf as a reminder of what Aaron has done?
What makes
What?
Mikasa put the rest of the world over Eren? When did that
she's
happen?
I mean, Uprising, she put her mission, and actually, this is actually partially about what I do not like about the anime adaptation. Uprising, she's and actually for most of from and also female Titan arc, she puts her trust in her comrades, her family, and everything. And Eren and her entire conflict actually has been about following her heart and what she wants, like being with Eren, having like not being in war, just like relaxing and stuff, and following her orders as a soldier, which is to defend paradise, to to stop the
But
genocide
she
of
went
like.
against being a soldier multiple times for Eren. She was more than happy
She
to.
True.
went against a soldier. I mean,
She went against orders. What about when Aaron headbutted her? Right? The reason why Aaron dead, even why Aaron was doing that is because she was disobeying orders. The commander, I don't know, I forgot who it was. I think it was Rico, if I'm correct. I'm not sure if it was her. But she was told to go do something. But no, she wanted to stick with Aaron. And Aaron headbutted to no. Let me trust me and go do what you have to do. Do what you're told to do. So no, Racer is not correct in what he's saying.
did she? Because
Multiple.
Multiple times. I just named one example.
Trump
Times.
actually,
I'll see
Trump,
what Saint says.
for example, I'm just using it as an example. She in fact went above and beyond to
No,
solve it.
she left
Yeah, she did.
she left them on their own, just because she was crying because Eren was dead.
She didn't even know
Ooh.
Aaron was dead at that point.
Which point are you talking about? You talking about after
She
she found
literally
out or before?
threatened to gut Daimo Reeves. Is it?
Oh,
Yeah, Daimo
you're talking
Reeves.
about before Eren died, or before she found out Eren died. Yeah, she was doing it as a soldier without Eren being involved at all. True, but once she found out Eren died, she didn't care about them anymore. She
She would
even
not care.
reflected on
Talking
it.
about
So okay, after she
she
found out Eren died,
she ended up immediately making a plan, storm an entire thing, cut down dozens of titans. So her soldiers, and while yes, I do understand what you mean by like her
no, she
saying that.
literally had a
Yeah, she
self
was
reflect.
No, what happened is she had a self reflection, right? She had a self reflection and she decided that she wasn't gonna go down that easy. That's it. She wasn't making orders and helping. No. When she found out, she decided to stand up and be like, I'm gonna fight until the end. And I will agree that that interpretation, her doing that is good. But the problem is the way that he's um phrasing is not good at all. I just summarized what happened after. He got up and decided she would fight until the end. She didn't start all these making all these orders and shit. What the fuck's he saying?
Literally had a self reflect and said, she literally said these words: "I had no regard for their lives. I went in without any regard for their lives." She was like, "I
yeah
shouldn't have done
because
that."
she was
because she was hurt about Aaron.
Again, she was over emotional because at that point she was in. But at that point afterwards,
afterwards she realized it.
Female Titan arc. She immediately learns from that. She listens to orders and she follows her.
No, she went out.
She's okay. Yeah, she listens to orders, but she's very reluctant, extremely reluctant. If Aaron and Mikasa are not in the same mission together, are not doing the same operation together, she's gonna be very reluctant to do that. To fall. Okay, if Aaron and Mikasa are not gonna be in the same place during the mission, then she's gonna be very reluctant to follow to follow the order. Yes, I agree. She follows orders, but she's extremely reluctant.
Aaron when Levi told her not to, and that's why Levi broke his leg.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. But at the same time, I'm saying after later parts of the female Titan arc, she does actually during later parts of the female Titan arc, she does her entire thing has been listening to her orders and following her heart. That's a conflict she deals with and has to deal with. Okay.
When she was trying to take the serum from Levi.
Yeah, there's also RTS. Yeah, she was wanting.
She was listening then.
Not. That's also again. It's a conflict. It's a conflict of whether she wants to follow her heart or follow her orders. That is something that she continually faces, and I understand what you're talking about. But that also, I'd say, actually adds to her thing that she's not just Aaron simp. She cares a lot about people.
She is an Aaron simp. She is. She would do anything to make sure Aaron is safe. Bro, she even threatened Krista in the fucking Uprising arc, right? I think it was when Aaron was captured, and then right? I think it was when Aaron and you captured, right? And then I don't know. Again, I'll look in the manga if she says the same thing, but she threatens Historia. She's like, well, I'm gonna paraphrase it, basically summarize it, but basically she threatens Historia. He's like, yo, will you get in my way too? Basically saying, yo, I'm not afraid to kill you too, if you're gonna get in my way of saving Aaron. So yes, Mikasa is an sin. What did Krista do? What did Krista do to Mikasa? But Mikasa's threatening Krista though. Damn, that's a really thoughtful and caring person.
She was willing to leave. She was willing to leave all of them behind. She would have left with Aaron if Aaron had asked her to. She would have left all of them to die. She would have.
Oh wait. Oh, you're talking about
she would have.
No. I'm talking about that.
She's talking about it season 1. Yeah, I get that because in season 1,
yeah.
I do admit she's rather obsessed.
And in Aaron's vision too. An Aaron vision that he.
I mean, it's not that far from the manga.
Yeah, she would have went with him. She would have happily left and let everyone die.
That's not a vision. Actually, seeing which. It's not actually what.
Then what is it?
An alternative timeline or whatever.
I'm not saying that. I said it's a vision. Yeah, a vision. Aaron gave her. Vision is another way to say it.
Then what the fuck is it then?
Aaron gave her this little memory that happened when it really didn't, just so he could tell her to forget about him. But she would have gone. So
she would have gone.
She would have left.
I mean, besides, I understand that you're saying about oh yeah, it was her idea. But at the same time, it's also she's also shown that she's willing to stop Aaron. And actually, in season 1, I actually really love this about season 1, where Aaron Mikasa freaking punched Aaron for calling Armin a parasite. And actually, I feel like that.
Yeah.
That was all the way back when they were kids. She doesn't do that. She never does that throughout the rest of the story. She never does it throughout the story. That's just one example back when they were kids. That was only one. That happened once. That her calling out Aaron on his bullshit only happened once. Once throughout the entire story. So what is he saying here?
Yeah, that back when she was a good character. Yeah, that was great.
Okay, fair enough. Because in the Rumbling arc,
It's a
she
little
ends up,
accurate to be my opinion.
stopping him.
Yeah, but
And I
why
understand
though?
where you're coming from, but it's
I
like,
just don't feel like
season one, she has her most obsessive tendencies, and so I don't know.
Come on, Sam was trying to say something.
Stopping him.
Yeah, but
And I
why
understand
though?
where you're coming from, but it's
I
like,
just don't feel like I just don't
season
feel
one,
like
she has her most obsessive.
I just spoke over.
And her.
Bro, let Saint speak. This is his freaking. First of all, he's Rayson's on his Discord. He's on Shane's Discord. This man can kick him out anytime because he's speaking over him. He did that multiple times. Saint's trying to say something, but he's still talking. Oh my goodness, bro.
I don't know what you mean by like when she was a good character. She was
because
way more obsessive, way more clingy, and way more caring about Aaron than anyone else in season one.
yeah, but
Season
that doesn't
two,
make
she
her a
really.
bad character.
Yeah, cause obviously, why would Ram NPC care about Aaron? Obviously, she'll care the most about Aaron in the Survey Corps. This man makes not making any sense. Obviously.
Those traits don't make her a bad character. What makes her a good character is that she wouldn't like you said, she wouldn't bend to Aaron's will. If Aaron was wrong, she'd call him out on his shit. That's a good character. When,
Which she only did in chapter 1. She only did in the when they were kids. Besides that, she never done it again. So I want to see what
no,
he
she
says.
doesn't. And at the table scene,
She
she didn't
doesn't.
call him out on anything.
Table scene, she.
She didn't
Okay,
call him
this
out on
is gonna
anything.
be
That's the only
something
time
new.
they
Can I
talked.
talk for a bit? 1 sec. It's just the table scene. She's literally dealing with every system imaginable, literally crumbling around her.
So was Armin. I don't argue that Armin has more trauma right now than her. I mean, Armin's the one that bombed the port, killing innocents and killing innocents and killing kids. So no, his little excuse does not work here. His little because it's too traumatized to say anything does not work here. It doesn't. So whatever he says afterwards, don't even count that in your guy's mind. What he's saying here is just complete bullshit.
So
Because Armin, first of all, Aaron saw this. What about Aaron? He basically saw this. He basically saw all this coming true. That's so basically he's in a worse mental state than Mikasa. Armin's in a worse mental state than Mikasa. I can argue that Gabby's in a worse mental state than Mikasa, right? Because don't forget, Gabby saw her friends literally getting crushed, right? So you can even argue that Gabby's in a worse situation, in a worse mental state as well. Because Gabby does not have as much experience as Mikasa. So you can argue that you can say everyone at the table, everyone sitting at the table, you can argue that they have more trauma, more stuff going on in their heads than Mikasa. So no, don't his little excuse here does not work at all.
actually in the worst mental state that she can be in. B, Aaron literally just like had deserted her, Armin, and a bunch of her guys, and led to the death of like a lot of the people that they were supposed to serve and they were supposed to listen to. Like, I don't think anybody would. I don't think anybody would have been able to act in a better or worse,
Okay.
better way than
All right.
Mikasa did because
I'll give
she's
you that.
literally
I'll give you that.
dealing with
All right. So
so
what
much
about
mentally.
when they first saved Aaron from when he attacked Liberio,
She says
and
how
she
bad
tries. No,
she says
no.
how
I'm not talking about that part. I'm talking about when they got back on the airship, and Levi's beating the shit out of him, and she goes in to try to stop it again, and Armin holds her back.
just because
If
again
Armin hadn't
what
held her back, what would have done?
She would have thrown hands at Levi. If it wasn't for Armin, she would have thrown hands at Levi. If she stood there and did nothing, hey, Racer would be right. But she didn't. She tried to fight Levi. So what's the argument here?
Again,
It doesn't work.
just because Mika says this is my
That doesn't
point.
sound like someone who puts orders over love to me.
Or it doesn't sound like someone who actually calls out on bullshit. Someone like, who's the person that calls on people's bullshit? Jean did it. Jean did it. Right? He even told Aaron, Josh is dead because of you. John calls Aaron out on his bullshit. And John knows Aaron for less amount of time than Mikasa. Mikasa only did it once. Only once throughout the whole story that she called out any of Aaron's bullshit. Any of it. So Racer's counter argument is not gonna work here.
That's not what she. The thing is, here's my point. It's not that she puts orders over love, it's that it's a conflict that she constantly has to deal with. That's
Okay.
what I mean. It's not like
And she is failing miserably at it. Even in the post time skip, she is still failing miserably at it.
she chooses one or the other and she's
But she
like,
had to choose
oh,
one or the other at the end. She had to choose one or the other.
Yes, but it's something she has to deal with over like choosing her heart or choosing her orders over the course of the series.
Okay.
In Trust or
so you think so basically what you're saying is like the climax of that was the final choice.
The climax of that was 138 because the first flashback and everything where he's like, oh yeah, I didn't know if you'd survive or not, etc., etc., where he's like, that's actually at 131. So he's not talking about like, oh, I didn't know if you'd survive the rumbling itself. He's talking about he brought them into basically a world war, and War of Paradise is roughly what that is. So he's saying about how he's, and also I'd say it's so 138 for I feel
Let's continue. Okay, with these six, I have an evidence that he's wrong again.
like the rumbling itself. He's talking about if I survive or not, etc., etc., where he's like, that's actually at 131. So he's not talking about like, oh, I didn't know if you would survive the rumbling itself. He's talking about he brought them into basically a world war, and War of Paradise is roughly what that is. So he's saying about how he's, and also I'd say it's so 138 for her. I feel like is the climax, and I feel like 139 is wrapping up some of the.
Okay, what are we talking? He went off topic. We're talking about 131 here, right? Are we talking about Aaron and now
Paradise is
surviving?
roughly what that is. So he's saying about how he's, and also I'd say it's so 138 for her.
Let's go back.
Hard or
Let's see
choosing
here.
her orders over the course of the series.
Okay.
In Trust or
so you think like so basically what you're saying is like the climax of that was the ending. Was the final choice.
The climax of that was 138 because the first flashback and everything where he's like, oh yeah, I didn't know if you'd survive or not, etc., etc., where he's like, that's actually at 131. So he's not talking about like, oh, I if you survive the rumbling itself. He's talking about he brought them into basically a world war, and War of Paradise is roughly what that is. So he's saying about how he's, and also I'd say it's so 138 for her. I feel like
This man didn't make a conclusion. He didn't finish. This man is so unfocused. He didn't even finish his point. Wow, man.
And I feel like 139 is wrapping up the lesser plot threads, like, or actually not say lesser, I'd say great. I'd say Dinah eating Carla is a pretty big thread, but I'm not gonna get into that.
So how do you feel about her kissing Aaron's decapitated skull?
I feel like if it's I don't really. I'm kind of of different on that at least. I don't really get. Also, what is some of the guys? Some of your guys in their server, no offense, are kind of weird.
Don't pay attention to stuff. So you think you're indifferent on that. So you don't feel like that was a romantic.
Again, he will continue to talk about the chat throughout the rest of the debate. Saint said don't pay attention to them. And again, Racer's a very stubborn person, so he's not gonna continue to do that, and you're gonna see what happens.
I mean,
You don't think that was
honestly,
you don't
I
think that
felt
was
like
kind of weird?
I was really, I feel like it's like, I was like, at first I was like, AOT is like shown very, a lot weirder and a lot more gross things.
Like what?
So,
Like what? Give me one example.
Crush it, Ramsey, a
That
kid
wasn't
being
more
crushed
disgusting than
alive.
that.
Bro, that's not even the most disgusting I've seen in any other fucking in any other manga rivalry. Shit. Chainsaw Man's the worst. I argue that Chainsaw Man's the worst. I mean, you see, Denji eating, Himeno's fucking vomit, right? You see Denji's getting his heart ripped out by Makima. You see Denji eating Makima. So, what the fuck? That's pretty gross.
I think exposed body, brains, and
Mm-mm.
loose internal organs is more gross to me, at least, than
Then
somebody
kissing a dead
kissing.
skull.
Then, so seeing intestines, which you've been seeing the whole fucking show, the whole fucking series, the whole fucking manga, is more weirder than necrophilia? Like, I'm pretty sure everyone pretty much gotten used to all the gore in Attack on Titan.
Yeah. Also,
And
okay,
without his consent.
consent. Yeah,
Consent.
what?
No, he didn't.
What is
He
that
didn't
supposed
He
to
consent.
never
mean?
He didn't consent
consented.
to
He
being
never
kissed.
said anything. He even said in the vision, he never even said in the vision that he loves Mikasa, right? So basically, he never gives closure um, on how Eren really feels about it, right? Think about that for a second. Whereas, wouldn't she be more happier knowing that Eren loved her the same, but obviously they couldn't be together due to circumstance? Wouldn't Mikasa feel much more happier knowing that? But no, Eren tells Armin not to tell Mikasa. So Mikasa will forever wonder if Eren would ever felt the same way. Man, Ishan was a good writer. What do I know? What do I know?
What do you mean?
He didn't consent to being kissed.
What?
He even kissing the damn vision. Like, he even kissing the damn vision. Didn't say I love you in the vision. Nothing.
Kind of did,
When?
considering
No, he
their
didn't.
flashback. Considering their
He
flashback
didn't
where he's
consent
like,
in that
see you later.
flashback either.
They didn't even kiss in the flash in the little vision shit. So what the fuck you talking about?
What? He's saying? He's like, "I'll see you later, Aaron." Memory that he was. And also, I feel like.
You got him on that one. You could go off topic again. Watch.
That's necrophilia. Dude,
It is
finish
necrophilia.
it.
Let's actually what's your definition of necrophilia? Because what she did was necrophilia. Right? Okay. Oh my god. I see my fucking listen. The Oxford Language Dictionary, necrophilia, sexual intercourse or an attraction towards corpses. Sure, she didn't have intercourse with Aaron's decapitated head, but she was attracted to it. She kissed it. That's romantic. That counts as attraction. So yes, it does count as necrophilia.
My point is that yes, it was consented. I don't get like
It was not consent. He didn't say anything about it. He doesn't even say I love you. He doesn't even say that. He just says to forget about him, which she doesn't do. He doesn't say I love you. That is not, no, that's not consent. That's all I'm gonna say. It's not consent.
He's closing his eyes and he's kissing her. It's weird, but it's like not the weirdest thing shown in the series, even up till that point. And nor does it, like, does nobody remember the Uprising arc where like Armin got groped and like physically assaulted?
But he was alive.
But at least he was
And then
alive.
like the guy,
At least he was
the guy.
alive. At least he was alive, and it was shown that the guy was a fucking
Oh
weirdo.
yeah,
That guy was actually that guy was
Zachary's
actually a
shit
weirdo.
machine.
I still think
Right.
I still think
Like,
that was more disgusting.
God, I
Okay,
forgot
I still
about the
think that was more
Zachary
disgusting.
shit machine. I don't know why I did. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
I took that.
But we never saw it. We never saw it go to use. We never see it in usage. So yeah, sure, it was weird as fuck. Yeah, but we never saw it in use. We didn't see it. We didn't see it put to use. We didn't see what Zachary did. This is a weird. We never saw him put that to use. We saw Mikasa kiss Aaron's head.
Okay, anyways. Yeah, that is a much more weird thing. Because like basically he's like upside down and he's like
Oh my god. Okay, no one cares. Let's go.
130
Continue.
130 and 131
Jesus
already
Christ.
said this. And before you talk, before people say about Sasha or what is her
What's
Sasha
her name?
What about
Hanji.
Hanji.
Sasha?
Yeah.
Before you say that, he said
What?
that from what he said, he doesn't seem to have control over them. Ymir does. Ymir is like in 135. I think it was either 133 or 135. It's one of those two chapters. But he says, but the guy saying, there's no way that Aaron's in
They're just guessing! No, he can't be this dumb. He can't be this dumb. They're fucking assuming. They have no evidence of what's happening is true. They're just guessing. No. It's so flimsy. It's so flimsy because they have no physical proof of that. Of that. There's no physical proof of that. They have no evidence that that's true, so it's fucking flimsy.
full control over this. And when the descendant is like, wait, he said that he just let us and it was up to us. So that means that there's somebody else controlling the Titans and someone else controlling the what is it called? Somebody else controlling the 9 Titan shifters with like past Titan shifters. It was showing about, and also I remember in the back of volume 32. I actually recently got a copy of it. For your friends, for your dreams, trample the world, no matter what may be underfoot. It's, and I understand that there's going to be later, but I'll address that later. It says very firstly for your friends and for your dreams. Like it's been also in 131.
I'm
It
gonna
said this
debunk this little
multiple
shit.
times.
Watch.
I wanted to save paradise, but more than that.
First of all, I'm a big little dumbass for whatever you read in that fucking volume. For your friends to dream trampled old. Isn't that line a bit ironic? Right? Is that line a little fucking ironic? Right? Because think about this. As Aaron continues to strive for freedom, the more friends that die. Right? Because of Aaron because of Aaron going towards this path or going towards this dream, Sasha's dead. Hanji died. Right? His old comrade died for his sake. Flock died for his sake. right? Levi nearly died because of Aaron trying to achieve that goal because he needs Zeke. He needs Zeke to reach the paths, right? So isn't that line? Don't you? I don't think. I guess he took it. She took it as fucking face value. Like I don't get it. For some things he does he takes it for some things there's so much subtext and so much development here. But for another line, it's take at face value? That line is meant to be fucking ironic. And the story proves that. We see as Aaron continues to go down this path to achieve his dream, his friends slowly start dying. Sasha died because of Aaron. Gandhi died because of Aaron. What the fuck is he saying? Brock died for Aaron's sake. What the fuck is he saying? That line is meant to be contradictory. But the problem is he didn't fucking comprehend that. He took it at face value.
The world inside the world outside the walls was nothing like I saw in Armin's book.
Okay,
When I
so
saw
right, we
that
know the quote.
humanity
So
existed
you
out.
believe that the reason why Aaron did what he did was primarily and secondarily to save Purity and his friends and all that, but primarily because he wanted to wipe the world clean.
That is part of, but again, that is his dreams. But I'm saying like,
Yeah, that's
it's
his
first
dream. That's what he really wants
and
to do.
That's his that's his dream, right? And as he tries to achieve that dream, people die. If Aaron never went to Liberia to listen to Wu Tai's speech, Sasha would not be dead. If Aaron never activated the rumbling, Hanji would never died. If Aaron never to agree to be allied with Zeke to reach the pass, Levi will have all his fingers and all his eyes intact. So what are you saying? You can't have both. You can't have both. The story it does not is the story is telling you that Aaron cannot have both. Aaron cannot achieve his version of freedom while keeping his friends completely safe. The story is showing you that usually Aaron cannot have both.
So
actually, I would
primarily is to save Purity then.
no.
Like, what do you
I'm
believe
saying
is
apparently
primary?
his primary goal is
Right.
to for his friends. Actually, this is a fantastic analysis I've got from an anime only who was actually
You can't. Oh my fucking god. We are talking about the ending of the fucking manga. We are talking about the manga here. We are talking about the fucking manga here. You can't use an anime only as a fucking reference because the anime only YouTuber who you reference does not have the fucking hindsight that you do. He does not have the knowledge that you do. Your evidence and your reference that you're gonna that reference is weak as fuck. It's weak because he does not have the knowledge. He does not have the hindsight that you do. He hasn't read the manga like you have. So he doesn't have the knowledge and the hindsight. So using anime only as a fucking reference is poor. It's poor evidence. It's a poor whatever. It's a poor fucking reference. That's a shitty reference. He does not have the knowledge that he or she, whatever you have, does not have the knowledge that you do.
watching. He was saying, can you guys like so? Anyway, So he was saying about how if Aaron really wanted to say, if he really hated them, wanted to distance himself from them, he should have been like, you know what? Come closer, come into the battle. Make sure you're as close to me as possible so you can be as associated with me as possible. So you will have an even bigger target on your head, and you also.
But oh my god, what the fuck is his point? What the fuck is his point? Yo, I actually want to punch him right now. Oh my goodness. What the fuck is his point? Oh my god, I don't know what the fuck to say. Everyone knows that Aaron does not hate his friends. Everyone and their mama know that. So what the fuck is his point for? Everyone knows that what Aaron says about them, he doesn't fucking mean it. Sure, you argue that a little bit is true. Yeah, a little bit is true, but most of it isn't. We know that he does not hate. We all know that he doesn't hate Mikasa. We all know that. So what the fuck is his point? What the fuck is his point? Most of us knew, the majority of us knew that Aaron did not actually hate them. Gosh.
Nobody will be able to say, see you as somebody who's not connected or somebody who is hated by Aaron. He could have put himself in the closest
This
position
point's
so when these
stupid.
guys
This
are fighting,
point's so fucking retarded.
well, Armin either gets
This point's
injured
stupid.
or Mikasa dies because Mikasa doesn't have exactly a Titan shifter. It would be a point where he could have no ability to say.
But in my opinion, I think she'd be fine. I mean, she has a fucking. Look at Levi, right? Levi survived a fucking a Titan spear, point blank range. So I think Akasa would be overall fine, right? If Akers have fucking insane durability to survive Titan spears at point blank range, then I think Mikasa would be just fine.
Them into a situation where they could stop him. He could very easily done that actually, and he could have just by just simply keeping them close, he would have put a huge target on their backs. But he didn't. Instead, in the table.
It happened anyways. Purdy got bombed anyways. So why the fuck does that matter then? What the fuck is that point? It doesn't matter. The niggas still pulled the guns out on them. So this is just this point is fucking fluff. You're just saying shit to say shit. Bro, you can't make this shit up, bro. You can't make this shit up, man. Oh my goodness, bro. Wow.
Literally punches Armin.
No, Armin
Basically
punched him
makes.
first.
Armin swung first.
Yeah, but he's at the same time. My point is that.
Oh, he dodges it. He dodges the counter argument. He can't say okay. He can't admit that what Saint said is correct. Armin swung first. He didn't say. Okay, yeah, I get that. Yeah, I agree. Armin swung first. No man's like. My point is, he is so scared to admit that Saint is right. He can't admit that what Saint is making is a good point. He's so stubborn. It's crazy. His head is more harder than the fucking thing of the Fantastic Four. He's so stubborn. It's crazy.
And that he tries very hard to distance himself from Mikasa and Armin.
Yeah, poor.
Everyone fucking knew. Yeah.
But he does.
Yes, yeah. He doesn't do it. He doesn't do it well, but he tries. Because we all know that he cares about them. We all know that. Who the fuck did you talk to? Who the fuck did you talk to then? Who said that? And and first of all, those things are mostly memes anyways. People freaking putting that for mostly memes, man. They were taken actually seriously. Everyone knows that Aaron was lying. Bro, this man has the weakest points bombs that I see so far, man. And he returned. He comes back. Cause I saw some of the future episodes, and he returns. Fucking hell, man.
Slave, and obviously,
It was
actually,
dumb,
it was
but
like,
Yeah, it was dumb. It was dumb. He tried his best. It was dumb. I mean, yeah, Mikasa's a slave. Is he wrong? It's not factually true. When Aaron called Mikasa a slave, it's not factually true. But arguably, it makes sense for him to say that. I mean, number one, she can't freaking, she won't let Aaron out of her sight at all. She doesn't even trust Aaron being out of her eyesight. She's willing to disobey, bro. She's a fucking, if anything, I would say argue that she's a fucking parasite. Damn, that brings a whole new meaning to that punch, huh? That brings a whole new meaning to that punch. Maybe she's a parasite. Hmm.
back in 112, I don't know why I didn't think this, but I was reading 112 and I was like, oh yeah, maybe it's like, but then it's like the anime onlys were just like so much smarter than I was, and it's just
Yeah. If you're referencing an anime only to prove your point, then I guess they are leagues ahead of you in terms of brain capacity and IQ level.
like, of course, Aaron doesn't hate Mikasa or Armin. He
yeah,
literally
Of course, everyone fucking knows that. Look, this man. That means this man was so dumb. He actually believed what Aaron said, bro. He admitted that he's stupid, bro. He actually fucking believed it, bro. Even when I first saw it, I knew it wasn't fucking true. Bro. Nah, yeah, I know he's a way smarter than fucking you. The fact that you actually believed that shit. You full-heartedly believed it.
obviously, that's why I think that trying to push them away that way was just dumb. Like it makes no sense. Nobody would have believed that.
the point is,
But the
it
point is
does
that he
make
tried.
sense
The point
if
is
he
that he tried to
wants
push them
to.
away. The point is that
Oh my god. Let Saint speak. This man trying to speak over Saint. Let him freaking finish.
try to push them away. Granted, but my question is, why push them away?
Okay, I'm glad you asked. Uh,
Oh god.
Long story
Oh
short,
god.
again, like I said, that they're not associated with him. When everybody's like Untitled keeps complaining, oh, Armin nuked all of Paradise or something, but they don't know
He nuked Liberio.
that. Most of the people who are on Paradise, who were to see like, or not on Paradise, in Liberio, when Armin transferred, kill all the people on the port and on there, don't know that he literally nuked Liberio.
No, they do
And
know.
frankly,
They do know now. They know now. They didn't know the first time, but 138 when they really saw him, they first hand witnessed him turn into a fucking colossal. They knew that was him. Again, they know a lot more about Titans. They know about the Colossal Titan. They know that there's only one Colossal Titan. Right? And the Colossal Titan that they saw didn't have fucking long hair. So who else could it be? Obviously, fucking Armin. Who else could it be?
There's no
Could
way they
have
couldn't
What?
know.
guessed.
There's no way they could have known that he did that. They
Couldn't have
know.
known. No.
They know he
Margaret,
has the
who's like
colossal
How?
titan.
Yeah, there's only one Colossal Titan. There's only one Colossal Titan. And the Colossal Titan that they saw didn't have fucking long hair. Who else would have had it? I don't remember being two Colossal Titans. Shit. I did not know that. I don't remember. Wait a minute, did that one have long hair? No, I'm pretty sure that one was bald. That one was bald. Just like this one. They would have, like, that looks awfully familiar, like the one in Liberia. That one looks awfully familiar. I mean, it can't be the one with the long hair. I mean, that one that Obama dude didn't have any hair. Fucking obviously they would have pieced it together. They pieced it together. They saw first hand witness. They saw him transform. And don't forget, the cross titan is 16 meters tall, so he obviously would have seen it from a distance. So what the fuck's he saying here? How could he have not known? Makes no sense.
most of the people in the military of
Keyword most.
Marley has been killed. 80%
Keyword most.
of humanity. That is
Right, but the ones that are
not an
still alive,
insignificant
Keyword most people.
number.
but the ones that are still alive know that Armin is the colossal titan. He literally
Oh yeah, don't forget, people in the military, people that were in the military survived too.
told them, "I am Armin, the one who killed Aaron Yeager." How do they think he killed him with his hands?
I mean, he is wearing
You think
he's
he
wearing
killed the?
ODM.
Even ODM give where's the blades? Where's the blades? He ain't got no blades on him. He ain't got blades on him. He had no thunder spirit on him. Oh, oh. Hmm? Ow. I'm wondering. I wonder too. What was always cross like what, like a figure of the imagination or some shit? Were they high on shrooms? Were they thought, man, that looks so familiar. Nah, I don't think that's the one that bombed Liberia and destroyed the port and even potentially destroyed my home. Nah, it wasn't that tight. Nah, it could have been the long-haired one. Possibly. I mean, it was a colossal titan. Like they're not fucking high as fucking. They're not high as Eagle Pussy. Clearly, they're smart enough to piece that together. That was on me.
Like, you think they killed that fucking largest titan in the world with ODM gear?
So yeah, don't forget. Aaron's fountain was so big he made the wall titans look small, and the wall titans are 10 meters shorter than a colossal titan. So you think a little puny what? Armor's not even 6 foot. I'm at like 5'7"? You think a 5'7" dude who's not even that physically gifted, he's not physically strong because Armin's freaking weak as shit. Physically, he's very weak. You think that guy killed Aaron, killed our founding titan that stands over 300 meters tall? You think that guy did it without any sort of power to guide to help him, to give him a better chance? They're not dumb. But I mean, you made anime only smarter than you, so I can already doubt your intentions on this topic.
Yeah, these guys, they saw their power in Marley in season 4 or the Marley arc. How powerful.
But the founding titan is a whole nother fucking league. The founding titan could stop a jaw titan. He's not the founding titan. A wall titan could stop fucking Porco. What the fuck is he saying here? The Fountain Titan is on a whole, is another league above them. A whole other league. What?
Guys are able to do against the Jaw Titan, the Warhammer.
Yeah,
And first of all, the Jaw Titan's not that strong. It's not even that strong. The only thing I had is speed. That's literally the only thing that they have. Is speed. So Porco's like nothing, bro. They've dealt with abnormal titans that have unpredictable movements. They dealt with a bitch, a female titan that knows fucking martial arts and knows hand to hand combat. So obviously compare that to Porco, it's like fucking nothing. It's nothing.
I think
a
as the
fraction
Warhammer
of
mostly fell
size.
because of the Nutcracker scene, but they saw how freaking powerful.
And not only that, not only fucking that, the Warhammer Titan has no experience. Law Type has no experience in combat. So yeah, she will be easier to fight than someone like Porco who has fucking experience with in his Titan form. So his point doesn't make any sense.
How much they underestimated Paradise as a force, as a military force, and Porco himself is like saying, "Wait, these guys have no reaction to me being a Titan shifter because."
I mean, obviously fucking not. If Bertolt didn't come back, if Annie didn't come back, and Rhino returned traumatized as a motherfucker, clearly something happened there. The only person that turned alive out of the freaking four that were originally sent there, the one that returned back to Mali was Rhino. Wouldn't it be suspicious that obviously they can handle if Rhino came back traumatized as ever, if Berto didn't come back, no Annie, shit. Well, obviously they dealt with something. Obviously they dealt with something. Obviously they failed in the fucking mission. So it makes sense.
Dealt with Titans all of their lives, and actually even I made a meme about this saying, "Oh, Marley sends all of their Titans to Paradise to try to wipe them out. Paradise becomes really fucking good at killing Titans. Surprise Pikachu face to Porco." But
Okay,
that's
so
but
all right,
that's
but
my
let's
point.
get
Okay.
let's get back on topic. So
Kill.
you think
Yeah.
that
Off topic.
the reason
Get on topic. Wait, fucking talking about a meme that you created. No one gives a shit about your meme, bro. Talk about the topic,
why
bro.
Aaron did
Trying to.
the primary reason why Aaron did the rumbling was what?
For his friends to live long lives, like he
Okay,
said
then why
in
didn't he kill
130.
everyone? Then why didn't he kill everyone?
Yeah, right. Everyone.
Because that wouldn't have solved everything.
It would have
And
it would
honestly,
have
It
solved
would
more
have.
than leaving 20%.
It would have. I mean, if let's just say he puts his friends in past, right? If he puts his friends in past and does the whole rumbling, then guess what? His friends could live long lives. Sure, they can. They will. Sure, their conscience is not is their conscience be heavy. Yeah, but hey, they get to live long lives, right? That means it will accomplish his goal. So what the fuck's he saying here? How would it not have been? Why would it not have worked?
I'm going to.
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm going to be. I'm a history nerd, and
no one gives a shit. It's on Titan here. Why try to call it the real
time
fucking
like when
history?
there's like, of like the British.
Fuck, who the fuck cares?
He was able to
There's someone his little dumbass history buff note he's saying that's gonna be a civil war. That's his little dumbass fucking point he's putting there.
convince that the Sons of Liberty were able to convince that not only
Oh my god, he's still fucking talking, bro.
Aaron's going to be able to kill everyone.
He could have.
You could have. I mean, he started. Look at it. He started off at Parody Island. Maybe if he went, maybe if he did a what's that thing called? What did Magellan do it again? Uh, circumnavigation or yeah, something like that. Maybe if he came back, maybe if he started off from Parody Island, then he came back and saw Parody Island again. that's pretty much he pretty much done. That's a pretty good indicator that he did 100%. If he starts from Parody Island, then he's seeing it within his range. Does that mean that he's nearly done? That's a pretty good indicator that he's nearly done.
The thing is, here's something. You know how like this is a.
It might have been
gonna
like
be a
5
all over
people
the place.
alive, but they would have died eventually
Yeah, they would have.
Would they?
without being
Because
without being
there's
able to
like
breed.
not only
Without
is
being
there
able to breed,
underground.
they wouldn't be able to breed.
Because don't forget, first of all, it would be nearly impossible to survive because it's rows upon rows upon rows upon rows of wall titans. So yeah, you can sure dodge dodge the first row, but then you have to go for a second row, and then you have to go for a third row, and then you have to go for a fourth row. And not only that, there are wall titans under Aaron as well. So no matter where the fuck you go, you're screwed. Do you have enough stamina to dodge? Are you fast enough and have enough stamina to dodge every single wall titan? They would have died no matter what. Sure, even if they got bypassed all those fucking the whole army of wall titans within the long term. How are they gonna eat? How will we get the water from? Right? Where will we get the water from? Where will we get the food from? How can they make a shelter when it's a flat fucking wasteland?
It's not like that. Atmosphere destroyed. It's not like the.
Yes, it is. I mean, the titans are hot as shit, creating carbon fucking dioxide. So even if you fucking dodge all of them, you can't even breathe properly. The air quality is shit. So you have literally the chance of survival might as well be in the fucking negative. You're not gonna survive that. At all. What the fuck's he saying here?
Atmosphere is destroyed. In fact, actually,
It's pretty fucked. It's pretty fucked. The air quality is way worse now because it's full of carbon dioxide from that heat. All the heat from the rows and rows and rows and rows of wall
I
titans.
mean, I guess carbon dioxide would be higher, but they can actually, with cyanobacteria and a lot of other things, they could actually reduce that. And also,
How they eat. And first of all, do they know about what the? First of all, cyanobacteria. Do they know what that is? Do they know that that will fix the carbon dioxide problem? And to really trash on his point even fucking more. Do they have the technology to fix that on a fucking global level? No, they don't. So they would have died either way, through starvation, through dehydration, through suffocation. They would have died. Syphilis bacteria. Do they know what that is? Do you know that exists? Do you know that will help fix the carbon dioxide? And not only that, they don't have technology to fix it on a fucking global level. So his point makes no fucking sense.
they have seen independence from Norway.
Okay, well,
If they,
Isayama introduced that Aaron could count how many people was still alive, so therefore he could count when it gets to 0%. So he could do it.
He can do it.
I
He can
mean,
do it.
my point is that Aaron, I
And avoids the fucking and doesn't counter argument. He avoids it. He doesn't counter argue his arguments.
think that there's
He
like
can't.
a theme. You know how like there's a theme that I feel like is underrated in Attack on Titan. It's about humanity
Theme.
finding a way to survive. Also, my computer.
Oh my fucking god. This man has nothing. His skull is hollow. There is nothing in that fucking brain. He's like, the more he talks, the more his brain starts to, the more the wrinkles in his brain slowly starts to unravel, becoming smooth and silky. What? Life always finds a way. That theme is underrated? Are you fucking kidding me? That is all over this fucking series. Yes, humans adapt. Everyone fucking knows that. Oh shit, it's cold. Okay, I have to wear more clothing. Oh shit, it's hot. Okay, I gotta wear more thin clothing. Everyone fucking knows that life always finds a way. We know that. Don't forget, our fucking don't forget about the Ice Age, right? The meteor that killed the dinosaurs, right? The meteor that crashed down, Ice Age, Pangea, which is the if you don't know what that is, that's the supercontinent, which is all the continents mashed together, right? The survival life of the breaking of Pangea, the Ice Age, the meteor that killed the dinosaurs. Yes, life always finds a fucking way. Life adapts. We all fucking know that. Okay, let's use insular examples. Okay, there's Titans, right? There's Titans outside the walls. Okay, they make blades. Okay, King Fritz erases all the memories, but they still figure out ways to live. Shit, they didn't have a lot of technology, but hey, guess what? With the help of the Iceberg Stone, they were able uh to have light, to have electricity. That message has always been in the fucking series. It's not underrated. It's not. Uh. It's not underrated. It's not unknown. He's saying it like it's a fucking. It's like whoa, damn. It's not like that, bro. It's been. It's been. It's been. That message has been there throughout the fucking series. Humans adapt. We all fucking know that. This man acting like this is the this is the new thing since sliced bread, or this has been the most iconic thing since sliced bread. No, that theme has always been there. It's not underrated. Life finds a way. Everyone fucking knows that.
Anyway, it's a theme that Attack on Titan has since from Marley's side, from Eldia's side. Humanity finds a way to survive. It's a counter almost to Erwin's philosophy of humanity.
It's been there throughout the fucking beginning. It's been there throughout the beginning, bro. From Marley's side, from no. It's been in the story since the fucking beginning. What?
You wanting to kill each other until only one person was left. But the counter to that is humanity finding a way, either through forgiveness or just simply like forgiveness for like inter-social relationships or or social interact or
So your point is that eventually they would have started fighting again.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, but why is that? Why does that
Obviously.
matter? They're gonna fight anyway.
Why does that matter?
They fight whether they were 20%
Yeah.
outside.
Yeah. Whether Aaron destroyed 80% of the whether Aaron completed it or not, there will be few that will be on Aaron's side. Don't forget that. Don't forget. Why do you think that there was a bunch of group of people banging at the gates saying, let Aaron go, free my nigga Aaron, free Aaron, free my nigga Aaron, bro? Why do you think that they were there? Because they were on Aaron's side. Because think about it. Who the fuck cares about people that you don't know? Hey, as long humans are naturally selfish. But selfish, what the fuck? Humans are naturally selfish creatures. Alright? So anything that they will accept anything. Well, naturally they'll choose things that personally benefit them the most. Personally the most. That's just how human nature works, man. Yes, and true, humans think differently. But that's just how it is. We saw it legitimately in the story. It doesn't matter. What? I mean, no sense. It doesn't matter.
Because the
If
thing
they
is,
were only
if
aliens. But
actually I was
the
read
difference
this
is
comment,
they wouldn't have been
Yeah. I like Saint talk him over. I like Saint talk him over because hey, uh, this guy, Racer did it to him. Why he cannot he do it back?
fighting because
Let
of
him get his points out.
racism. They would have fought for
Mm-hmm.
another reason.
Exactly.
even some of the Marlians on, you do realize that, like, I'm not saying this to be mean to you, don't take it that way, but Wiley Tiber is the most respected person in Marley by the outside world. Even in Marley, he's more respected than the outside world, despite being an Eldian who's he's literally an Eldian, and yet he has so much respect and so much love from the rest of the world. So I don't really see that as necessarily that, oh yeah, it's necessarily all racism or all this
I
or
didn't
all
say
that.
it was all racism. I'm just saying, obviously not everyone
And
in
also
the 20%
on
would have been
Yakupon,
racist, but I'm just saying they would have been dead.
he on Yakupon also showed that not everybody on
Yeah,
Yakupon, Niccolo,
not everyone is like that. Absolutely, we already know that. Ramsey's not like
You
that.
already
We
know
already
that
know that
shit.
everyone is like
So
that.
that point's
But Aaron killed
useless.
Ramsey all the same. So why is he okay with killing Ramsey but not the rest of the people?
Exactly.
like, it's not that he's not okay with it.
He isn't okay with it. He stopped.
He isn't okay with
Got
it.
killed by Mikasa. I
So
don't
you're
think
saying
that's
he didn't?
He fucking retarded. He let himself die by Mikasa. He let himself be killed by Mikasa. If Eren was actually devoted to achieve his dream and destroy the whole fucking world, Mikasa would be dead. Straight up fucking dead. He let Mikasa kill him. Bro. Oh my god, bro.
I mean, he
Oh
said
my god.
even if he doesn't in like 139, he says even if he doesn't. Actually, you know what? You know what? I'm not gonna talk out. I'm just gonna make sure I quote the text
Well,
or quote correctly.
we all know the
No,
quotes.
we all
The
know
question
the
is, do you think
quotes.
that he stopped intentionally or no? He was stopped unintentionally. He would have continued. Obviously, he would have continued, but his plan
He
was to
says he would
continue.
have continued in
Right, but
139.
his plan.
Oh my god, he's fucking contradictory. Let's get some evidence here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna see myself. Cause this man is just next level. This man just next level fucking gymnastics, man. He's next level mental gymnastics. So let's read his little plan here. Aaron, did you push us all away so you can set us up as a hero that saved all humanity? That's right. All the remaining people in the world not owe you all tremendous debt. Even among the island devils, there were those on Parody Island that opposed what I did and kept to humanity. The world will now hold you in the highest regard. At least that was my plan. At least that was my plan. I can't highlight it. I'll use my cursor, yeah. That was my plan. And not only that, this also agrees on the Civil War thing, right? What the Saint said, because yes, there were among people in parody, there were people that didn't like what Aaron did, but we also saw people that accepted or agreed with what Aaron was going to do. So it didn't matter whether Aaron did 100% or not. There would have been a civil war by actual logic. There would have been a civil war either way. But again, rule for thee, but not for me. That's his little. That's if I had to put if I had to put Racer's quote, his ideology, or his thought about the ending in all in one sentence. Rule for thee, but not for me. That's his thing. Okay, then he says, "Oh wait, that could be a translation error," because he comes out with that excuse every time. He always comes with that dumb excuse. So let's see here. Anyway, did you push us all the way so you can set us up as the hero of humanity that's saved from destruction? That's right. Then you'll be saviors that to the people that survived. Even among the islanders, the one that opposed my actions and kept to humanity. So I hoped that the world will hold you in the highest regard. That was his plan. Sure, he wasn't certain it'll work, but he hoped it'll work. Let's see another translation. I want to see another translation. Because I don't know, he always makes that dumb excuse. Always. Was it all to push us away from you and make us into the heroes who save humanity from extinction by hunting you down? That's right. How could you not be seen as saviors by surviving? By every surviving human being, you turn your back on parody despite being islanders to stand by the side of humanity to the end. You become the most respected people in the world. So look, you won't. Oh God, my earphones is dying. Oh shit. So you want us to be like the Tyler family after the war, parody from reprisal and from humanities outside the walls. Sure, he doesn't confirm what Armin's question, but he pretty much did. He replied. He kind of confirmed Armin's question by saying they weren't able to retaliate immediately. Therefore, they won't be able to retaliate immediately. Therefore, Armin, you have the opportunity to to for peace talks. And see, here's a little problem with Racer's little excuse of her translation errors. Sure, how first of all, let me just talk about how translation errors even work. How they work is the most common way of doing it is sure the dialogue will not be exactly one to one, right? Sure, they won't be exactly one to one, but the overall context and the overall message or the overall meaning of what they're saying of the dialogue will be still in there. It's still in there. I looked for three different sites. And sure, yeah, the dialogue's not one to one, but the overall message is the exact same thing. And again, I reacted to this video before. Racer AOT will always, he'll put this as a dumb excuse. Translation error. It's not one to one, but the message is the core message is the fucking exact same. The core meaning of the dialogue between them two is the exact fucking thing. But just watch this. Watch him as he used mental gymnastics and put excuses to solve this.
His plan was to continue, is what you're saying.
I mean, yeah, he says
No,
literally.
it wasn't.
Why do you say,
No, it
why do you
wasn't.
say his plan was to stop then?
It wasn't.
He says that.
It wasn't. We saw from three different translations. His whole plan was to kill a certain amount. Like he wanted to leave a big chunk. He wanted to leave some humanity alive so for Armin to make peace talks. Sure, Aaron did not know the exact amount he has to kill, but he knows that he has to kill a good amount. He knows that he has to leave a good amount alive. He knows that he has to kill a certain good amount. So his plan is that.
Let me.
He says the plan says the world will see you in the highest regard. At least that was my plan.
He says even if you don't know, you'd stop
Yeah.
me in the end.
Yeah.
Not that he's. It's not that he's
Yeah.
quote unquote.
But well, you have to end that phrase with even if I didn't know, because he did know. So that means that phrase is meaningless. So he didn't know. So he did know didn't
Contradictory.
stop him, and he still.
Exactly.
The thing is, he said it's not like actually this is a problem with the unofficial translation because it makes it sound like it's a plan. It's not necessarily. It wasn't his plan necessarily to stop.
It was. Again, I looked through 3 different translations. And sure, again, the dialogue is not one-to-one. But the core message, the overall message in that conversation is still the exact fucking same. This little poor excuse of, oh, but it's unofficial, it's bullshit. It's unofficial translation, it's bullshit. If you look at the official translation, it's sure, it's the exact same message. Aaron's plan was to kill a certain amount, was first of all, was to kill a certain amount of people, and leave some amount, was to kill a certain amount of people, and then supposedly die, so that Armin had opportunity for peace talks. That was the plan. Sure, yes, he didn't know he killed. He didn't know how much he had to kill. But all he had to know is that he had to leave a big group of people alive. That's all that matters. And think about it, the more bodies he killed, he maybe in his little mind, his little dumb mind, he mean in Aaron's little perspective, maybe if I killed the majority of the world, then Armin's chances of succeeding would be greatly increased.
Bet 80% why is this guy? Also, can you stop? Some of your guys are sending death threats to me.
Okay. I'm gonna debunk this little death threat shit. So in my first reaction to this, the one that failed recording, of course, I looked through the live messages throughout the YouTube. So I looked from the beginning of his debate, the beginning of the debate to the end, and there wasn't even one single death threat. One single death threat. There wasn't any death threats at all. Let me continue the story. Now, a guy, I don't know his name, he did say that yes, there was someone did send him a death threat. But then again, it was only one person that sent only one. And again, spoiler alert, but he made himself that he gotten death threats before. And not only that, Saint told him to pay attention. Saint told Vaser to not pay attention to his chat because he can't control them. He didn't have mods at the time, so he can't control them. He told Vaser not to pay attention to them, but he's so incompetent, he's so stubborn and incompetent that he still left the chat on. Do you know a way you can still talk to Saint while still having the Discord active? Minimize the fucking tab. Minimize the tab. Again, I don't condone death threats, but I think we're here. I don't condone death threats. Death threats are not cool. But this is an overreaction, especially to a person who has claimed or admitted that he's gotten some before. Let's continue.
Me,
Yo, chill. My bad, guys. It's hard to debate, and I'm not a very good multitasker. But no. Yeah, anybody who's like doing anything like that, like I'm not about to sit here and like I'm not about to sit here and like baby you guys. Okay, this is a honest debate. I have full respect for Racer AOT, and I respect everybody else to treat him. He is free to express his opinion while he is here. I do not want to hear any threats, any.
Yes, he's free to express his opinion. That's true. Doesn't mean he's right. Right? Free speech. Yeah, you say anything you want, but that doesn't give you the right to say bad things. Right? That's really the whole point. Yes, I understand. You're entitled to your own opinion. Doesn't mean it's not doesn't mean it's correct. Let's say, for example, and again, it's kind of like a dumb example. Let's just say someone what's a good example? I'm trying to think of a random example. Okay, let's just say we see a cat walking on the street or on the sidewalk. A guy, my friend says, "Hey, that's a cat," and I say, "No, that's a dog." And then my friend will be like, "What the fuck? What are you talking about? That's a cat." But no, that's my opinion though. In my opinion, that's a dog. Even though we all know factually that that's a cat. Yes. Racer AOT has the right to express his opinion. That's true. Doesn't mean it's right. Just like free speech. Yes, you're allowed to say anything you want. Right? You got the freedom to say anything you want. Doesn't mean you can start saying the N-word and think that's good.
Calling him out of his name, saying he's dumb or retarded or anything like that, it's not going to be tolerated. Don't do it. You'll be banned.
Unfortunately, this is not the first. There's like I think a mod.
There wasn't the first. Okay, again, it wasn't the first time he got deaths before. But he didn't figure out a way to, what about blocking the person? Has he ever thought of that? Well, maybe Saint said not to pay attention to the chat, so maybe he could have, minimized the tab. So therefore he could talk to Saint without actually seeing the chat. But then again, if he admits that Ami owns a smarter him, he read the manga, then honestly, I think he was too incompetent to think about that. I just think that he was too stupid to think about that at this time, or at that time. I think he was just too stupid enough to think about that at the time. Shit, I got a death threat. Or have you ever thought of maybe reporting the person or blocking the person? But no, no. He's too stupid enough. He's too stupid enough to think about that. He's too stupid enough to think that as an option. Don't forget, the AOT fandom is toxic as fuck. Like you think about an opposite opinion, and they jump on your ass either side. So then he think that he would not be threatened, especially someone as prominent in the independent community as him. And he's not, and again, basically, he's not a saint either. Sure, I'm pretty sure he never sent death threats, but he has insulted people. He has insulted people before, so he's not a saint in this.
Jaeger bomb kind of wants me hanged. Kind.
And guess what happened to Jaeger bomb? Jaeger bomb is gone. It's gone. Sure, it wasn't gone at that time, but it's gone now. It's been gone for months now.
Kind of sucks. Not gonna lie.
Oh my god.
Eh,
But he still dives into he still dives into that fucking subreddit too, probably. And I've been in Jaeger bomb before. The worst that they called you was an idiot. If anything, they were talking about hanging the characters, not you. Again,
Just
I
so
have no clue to say.
like I hate the ending more than probably anybody, but I would never like. It's not that deep. It's not that deep.
honestly, I guess this is something that we can agree on. It's just that right now the fandom just sucks. I've been like so many death threats from so many people,
And yet you haven't figured out a way to get rid of them, or or grow a thicker fucking skin. Have you ever thought of blocking them? Have you ever thought of reporting them? This man's fin, this man's skin on the internet is thinner than Kevin Durant's. And Kevin Durant has multiple fucking burner accounts to go at people. Life, oh yeah, oh, people adapt. I don't think that will close to him. He didn't adapt. He didn't figure out a way to get to minimize it, or to also you can't really get rid of all complete death threats, right? Because just thinking billions of people that are at the internet. Sure, you can't get rid of it completely, but you can minimize it. Block them, report them, or maybe use a whole nother account. There's so many ways to avoid it. But again, he just doesn't have the smarts, man. He ain't gonna brain. He's smart.
annoying.
I've gotten a few too, bro. Hey, at the end of the day, tell them to pull the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't about to pull up, then
It
shut
ain't
up.
shit.
Um,
It ain't shit.
but okay, let's get back. Let's get back to the debate because I
Difference
got
is
to
so
go
fucking
into an
empty.
interview. So I want to get
Yeah.
a few more things from you. So you're saying that he that he wanted to destroy the whole world. He wanted to destroy 100%, and he would
Of
have done
course,
it if
he
they
says
hadn't
that
stopped him.
much.
But why did he say
Yeah.
that that was my plan then? How can they both be his plan?
Yeah, it's contradictory.
Why didn't he say I would
Contradict
have
each
done it
other.
if y'all
You know what?
didn't stop me?
I'm gonna actually check the official translation
It's
because
on the
I
first
don't
page.
know. Let me. Yeah, because
See the fucking translation. Maybe like the official translation. Where the fuck get this official translation? Which one's the official one? What the one? What? Oh, is the one you have to pay for? The official translation is what you have to fucking pay for? No, no one's gonna fucking pay for that shit. It's just fucking. That's just the fucking colors. Yeah, I don't think. How can you find the official translation? The references? Oh no, his version of the official translation is one you have to pay for. That's his version. That's the official translation. The one you have to fucking waste your money on. Let's see here. Mono. I'm not paying money. I'm not paying money for fucking. I'm not fucking paying money for it. Oh, it's a fucking app. What else? Azuki? Azuki manga, I guess? Um, what's that? Fucking hell. Yeah, I don't think anyone's willing to fucking pay for it. Oh yeah, there's not all the fucking, there's not all the fucking chapters, bro. Crunchyroll? Does Crunchyroll have it on? I don't have Crunchyroll anymore. Crunchyroll manga. Okay, that's Crunchyroll manga. It's a fucking television show. It's not on fucking Crunchyroll. So his version of the official one is the one you have to pay for. Which nowadays no one is willing to fucking pay for it. Like who cares? Like who cares? Who cares how the translation works? The message is the exact same thing. Oh my god.
There's like, to be fair, there is problems with translation in the final.
They can't be that
I
bad.
remember
It's not bad.
Have you read one?
It's not bad because the message is the exact same thing throughout the throughout. I show again. We checked 3 sites, guys. I checked 3 sites, right? And they all said, sure, the dialogue was not 1-to-1. I agree with that, but the message is the exact same thing. So what he's saying here is bullshit.
From Read AOT, it literally has this story
Yeah,
saying,
some
"I'd like to
translations are
make
different, but
babies with you," in the scene where
oh
she's
no.
like saying, like that is like how bad some of the
That's not true. Read AOT? What the fuck are you talking about? Again, he's over the Attack on Titan. Okay. No. Wait, yo, RadioT.com. Let's use this one. He said 130, babies? Huh? Let's see here. And half shell to the power. How about Bird Child? He's such a fucking he over exaggerates to make his point. It does not say that. How about I have a child? It's the same thing of what do you think about me having a kid? It's the same exact meaning, just phrased differently. Or I want to have babies with you. He's over exaggerating. You know,
Some of them can't be bad because some of them are fan made, but we're talking about the official one. The official one says it. The official Attack on Titan English one says it was according
it was
to my
all
plan.
to push us away from you and make us into heroes who save
yup.
humanity from extinction.
That's what I read. I read that one. And it's like the exact same fucking thing. He is so in denial. He tries so hard to prove his point. But we all know, but that's just not correct. His opinion, he's free to express it, but that does not mean it's correct. We looked through three different sites, and sure, again, dialogue not one to one, but it says the exact same thing. It means the exact same thing. And matter of fact, one of the official ones, one of them I read was actually the official one according to Race to AOT. So what the fuck are you saying?
Yes.
down.
Yes.
And he doesn't. Wait, let me actually
He
say.
says
He doesn't
yes.
say plan.
Yes, he does.
He
Read
doesn't
it.
Yes,
say
he
plan.
does.
Okay, what does he say?
Yes, he does.
He says, how could you not be seen as the savior of every survivor? He says a lot of this stuff he's saying about how Armin.
AKA subtext, that was his fucking plan. Look through the damn. This is what I don't like. This is what I don't get, man. He strawmans things because he takes certain things at face value while taking this thing. Oh no, there's a deeper meaning into that. What? What? Yo, oh my god.
How
Can we
Armin and a lot
please
of the
finish?
other guys would be seen, but he never says specifically that he plans this. At least in the first.
Let's go back. Let's go back. So no, again, it's happened a year ago, and from what I looked at the recent Twitter account, he has not changed his mind since. He still thinks it's a fucking masterpiece. So what's it this one? Not that one. It was the one about devastation. So I hope that the will of holy. Okay, what do you say? I want to match one to one.
I might need to read how Armin and a lot of the other guys would be seen.
Yes, he does.
He
Read
doesn't
it.
say plan.
Okay, what does he say?
He says, how could you not be seen as the savior?
How can you not be seen? Okay, we read that one actually. We read that one. This one. This one right here. This one right here. Okay. How could you not be seen as Wait a minute. First of all, dumbass. How he says that's right. He agrees to what was saying that was his plan. Then he begins to explain it. How it would work. He's dumb. He is so dumb. He strawmans everything in this series. And he has not changed his mind to this fucking day. He has not changed his opinion on this fucking ending. He hasn't made any criticism at all. It was all pushed away from niggas here to Superman from missing by hunting you down. That's right, and then he begins to explain it. Just like every other the translations.
Every
Quick
survivor.
and finish
He
this
says a
video,
lot of
please.
this stuff he's saying how Armin and a lot of the other guys would be seen, but he never says specifically that he plans this. At least in the first.
He did. He said that's right and began to explain how the plan work or how the plan could work. Because then he said he hoped.
I might need to reread. I actually reread.
Bro, reread the chapter, then go reread the whole manga, then go and reread the whole manga again. Keep on rereading it until you understand what Saint is trying to explain, until you understand what Saint is saying, until you understand his point. Keep on rereading. Trust me, you're gonna need it.
This a while,
Are
but
you
he
reading
doesn't
it or
actually
are you
say.
doing it from memory?
I mean, I just wanna. I know a lot. I've basically on a minefield, and if I end up misquoting something, I'll literally have
Well, yeah, that's
people
what I'm saying because
So basically, he's admitting that he's seeing it. He's looking at the source material, and still thinks that it's not it's incorrect because of the mistranslation.
he definitely said that was his plan.
He agreed.
I mean, I'm checking because I don't remember. He doesn't say actually. He says all of it was to assault any murders.
Go up to the fucking beginning. It's in the first few fucking pages. This man is blind. He's blind and stupid. He's either or. He's blind, stupid, or both. I think he's both.
Actually, no. Actually, I just reread this. No, he actually does not say at all that it was his plan.
Yes.
Surprisingly,
Please, Saints.
it
Please,
does not actually
Saints.
say that, but it
Save
does
us.
not at all say that he
Save my
planned
mental
to
state, Saints.
actually. It does not actually at all say that he planned to actually want this, and it says, in fact, this is. He says you. So he wanted this, and even when Armin says you wanted this to be like the Tiber family, he doesn't actually answer him. He just they won't be able to retaliate immediately because the rumbling will kill 80%.
Again, fucking subtext. Yes, they won't be able. Aaron is technically saying they won't be able to retaliate immediately. Therefore, you have the opportunity to create peace talks, and therefore they have the time to maybe look at it from another perspective and say, "Hey, Armin, all these guys were heroes." He's making no fucking sense. Just because he didn't say yes doesn't mean. Oh my god.
He doesn't actually say that. Yes, this is what I plan to do. In fact, he actually said.
But yet, but wait a minute. Hold on. But he thinks that Eric consented to having his decapitated head being kissed. Even though he never directly said it. Boom. Use your own logic. Okay, damn it.
Okay, now
Again, I'll say it right now. I'll say the same. Rule for thee, but not for me.
close. One sec. Some of your guys are coming towards me, so I need to close my DMs before anybody ends up actually killing me.
You should have done that from the fucking beginning. And not only that, you said you experienced death threats before. So what the fuck are you saying? Talk about killing you. If you got death threats before, shouldn't you be dead by now?
Ruining my life.
You have been getting death threats even before you've been in this damn chat. You even admitted that. That you've gotten plenty before. From subreddits and shit. Shut the fuck up.
Sorry, one sec.
Who's messaging you?
Have you not seen your chat?
Well, I mean,
Your
I just
chat is
banned one.
glowing.
This man's. And look at that. Have you not seen your chat? So condescending. It's actually crazy, bro.
Saying for me to commit suicide.
Again, it was only one person. One person said that. And no one, again, that was in the Discord. No one in the YouTube ever said that. Take it from me, not only was I watching live time, I was also looking at the replay. Shut the fuck up.
I just got no one said.
Skip him. Skip the bullshit. Skip the bullshit.
I like how these are calling me soy for having for not wanting to have death threats.
No,
Because everyone gets them. They're calling you soy because the way you're fucking reacting, despite you admitting that you gotten them before. No, I'm skipping this shit. He's so stupid. I'm not gonna shoot this shit anymore.
So.
Also another guy.
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. He had no mods. It's not his
It
fault.
wasn't his plan. You want to say it was
Tom
his plan?
ass.
He wanted to destroy 100% of the world. That was what he originally wanted to do.
And it says as much. 131. He says, "Yes, I actually, and I actually love 130.
Shut the fuck up. He's hating the same thing over and over again. Definition of insanity. Tries to solve with the same method over and over again. He's hating the same one.
Upper
I'm not gonna bother to reply to
part of
this.
his spine to connect it, and also killed Zeke, which also prevented direct connection to the founder.
Retard. He was able to turn into the fucking colossal titan, even without the worm in his spine, nor Zeke being alive. Dumbass.
Prevented his direct connection to the founder itself.
Which Reiner was somehow able to hold.
Yeah, dumbass.
So then he regenerated around that. He still regenerated into a colossal titan.
Which it should be impossible because he never ate Armin, and therefore, and not only got the worms out of his neck, and Zeke is dead. So it should be nearly impossible. He never ate Armin. Dumbass.
So it was like, it's hard for me to describe. But anyway, he ran into Colossal Titan because he wanted to make sure and ensure that Armin, Mikasa, or Armin would be able to take the credit for him because obviously Armin.
And how would Armin face up against a colossal titan without turning into one himself? Bam. Another your little dumbass point already shot down or contradicted by your other points. How would Armin be a colossal version of Aaron? Gee, maybe because maybe not use the same power that you have too. Dumbass.
Literally the next thing to slice bread to Aaron. And he wanted Armin to become a Helos, and
I get that, but you just said his plan was to destroy the whole world.
Yeah, of course.
So what does Armin being a Helos have to do with destroying the whole world?
Exactly. Dumbass.
He wants, even if it's not his plan.
Because Saints almost caught him lacking. He said because he wants. I mean, you're not even copying your own opinions. Dumbass.
He still wants to make sure that Armin is going to seen as Helos.
You can't be seen as Helos when the whole world is destroyed. If Aaron destroys the whole outside world, there's no Helios for there's no people for there's no people to look at Armin as a Helios. There'll be no people on the outside world to look at Armin as a Helios. Dumbass.
Like, him doing it doesn't necessarily mean that he wanted this. If, like he says in 139, after the infamous crying Aaron scene, he says that he just wants to be with everybody, and wants to make but thinks that he is not worthy enough to deserve their love or affection.
He does not. He does not deserve any the love or affection or the fucking sympathy or the empathy. He does not deserve it. Don't forget. Again, Karl Marx died because of Aaron. Josh is dead because of Aaron. Hanji's dead because of Aaron. Levi's crippled because of Aaron. Gabby lost some of her friends because of Aaron. Shut the fuck up, man.
Anything like that, or even a life beyond this, because of how much
he does not fucking deserve it.
How bad his what is it called? He was saying about how bad he is as a person, and also
because he is.
I think that's also partially why he was. Sorry if I cut out for a bit. Anyway, it was partially also for 112. He's like trying to push them away from him. It's partially to make sure they're heroes, but it's also partially to help because he doesn't feel like he deserves any of their help, and
because he does not. Wait, what?
Doesn't deserve to be with him.
Hold on, what? We say?
Any of their help.
What's fucking nigga just say?
Doesn't deserve them to be with him.
Oh no, he said help. I heard help.
Sorry to cut out for a bit. Anyway, it was partially also for 112. He's like trying to push them away from him. It's partially to make sure they're heroes, but it's also partially to help because he doesn't feel like he deserves any of their help, and
he doesn't need the fucking help to destroy the world. He doesn't need the help. And first of all, that statement makes no fucking sense. You act like there's a fucking camera in there, and everyone's seeing from a fucking live with a live audience. There was no one in that. The one person out in the fucking restaurant was some guards, yeah, but they're most likely dead. Gabby, Mikasa, Aaron, and Armin. Those are the only people that were in the damn tables. No one else in the outside world saw that meeting. What the fuck's saying? Idiot.
doesn't deserve them to with him.
Okay,
Or
but how but
for him
how
to.
how how is it both, bro?
How's it both? They contradict each other. That's no point of fucking statement in damn volume 32. Aaron can't have both. And it's proof of the series that Aaron cannot have fucking both. And we see that. But he's either blind or fucking stupid enough to actually think that. Oh, God.
I didn't say.
You are saying it's both.
You are saying that. Idiot. That's your fucking point.
So let me see. I'm saying that his original plan. I'm saying no, not his original plan. His actual plan is to follow on and finish the rumbling because
No, it's not.
that's his
No, it's not.
desire. But his friend.
But then again, that'll contradict with the make his friends seen as heroes. If anything, it'll make them seem as villains because they were trying to stop Aaron from ensuring their safety. So make them seem as actual. So to the parody people, it will make them seem as villains. So it makes no fucking sense. And not only that, how can the people from the outside world look up to you? There's no outside people in the first place. Yo, luckily the video's almost done, man. Idiot.
Friends also are his friends also take a higher priority.
Right.
Because
Okay.
he
If they
let
take
them.
a higher priority, then that means that his plan was to do the 20% then.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just gonna laugh hard. 1 sec. I'm gonna.
Bro, Saint is saying the same thing? Because you know why Saint is saying the same thing? Is because fucking Race is hitting a fucking wall. He's trying to find a way for Aaron for it makes sense to Aaron to have both goals. Or having to try achieve both goals, which is actually it can't work because they're both contradictory to each other. He needs to reread that scene, then reread the whole manga, then reread again and keep on rereading. Cause he just doesn't fucking get it. And you think about this whole debate. Think about this whole debate. There was never one moment throughout this whole debate where Racer actually conceded and kind of agreed and understood where Saint is coming from. He never agreed on anything what Saint said, or at least understood it. No, he's so prideful and so stubborn that he thinks that any other interpretation is wrong.
Okay.
That was my phone. I didn't care at this point.
Actually, wait. I just remembered something.
I don't get it. I don't get it. This is my third time watching this. I literally watched this video last night. And I'm still pissed off. Oh god, it's even worse this time.
He wanted to do 100%.
No, he
He
didn't.
trusted his friends, their humanity, and his lack of to actually stop him.
So then his plan was 20% then. His plan was to leave 20% alive then.
He's he's clinically insane. This man is hitting the same. He's hitting the wall over and over again. It's an you can't you can't do that. He's trying so hard to fit it in a way. He tried so hard to make it fit in his head that it was trying to achieve both goals. He can't have both, bro. If you destroy 100% of people, how is Omega gonna have peace talks with any of them if they're all dead? He's stupid. This is so stupid. He's stupid. He's stupid. Oh, God, bro. I don't get it. I was 17 years old at the time where the end. No, I was 17 at the time the ending came out, and I was 17 at the time this stream came out, and even I knew those shits were contradictory. Oh my goodness, no! I'm not. I'm not even considered. I'm not considered an adult in the U.S. And even I know that that the two goals are contradictory. Bro, oh my goodness, I have a headache now. I actually have a fucking headache. I actually have a fucking headache. Oh, it's not a strong headache, but it's there. I don't get it, bro. He has the mind of a child. He thinks, like, I don't get it. He's trying so hard to figure out a way to make it make sense. But it just doesn't, man. Just accept it. It just doesn't. It's either one or the other. It can't be both. God, man.
It's not 20% specifically.
I mean, he said it
It
was.
doesn't matter. All that mattered is that the people were not every. The only thing that mattered is that as long as there were people left alive, then whatever. This man say, "Oh, we didn't exactly say 20% have to survive." Who gives a shit? As long as you didn't see parody from the beginning to the end, that's whatever. He's so stupid.
He says that it would kill 80% of humanity.
Right,
Not
which
that
leaves 20%
that was
alive.
what he was aiming for. It was
Oh my god, he said that he would kill 80% humanity. What is 100 minus 80? 20. Fucking hell, man.
Sounds like he was aiming for 80%.
This man's a fucking idiot sandwich. And he has not changed to this day. Over a year and a half later, he has not changed to this day. It's so
Was there
mind-blowing.
any concrete number? He could have said most,
Yeah,
but he said
he could have said
80%.
okay, fair
most.
enough.
Yeah, fair enough.
But my point is that 80% when he's saying about like 80% of humanity, that's all the people he does end up killing, and all the
Right.
people
Yes.
he is. What? Anyway, can I close this because I feel like everybody's like getting crazy.
Bro, I don't know.
Bro, this man has no brain, bro. He said he's gonna close his DMs, but he didn't do that. Bro, you can't make this shit up, bro. Bro, I don't know how. Bro, humanity is doomed, bro. If people can be this dumb, humanity's fucking screwed, bro. I am so ashamed that I don't know how old he is. I don't know how old he is. I don't know if he's a Gen Z or millennial. I don't know how old he is. But fucking hell. If he's oh my goodness, and there's so people worse than him. Yo, humanity is screwed, bro. Humanity is screwed. US is screwed. The neighbors of the US are screwed. If we have people like him who can't seem to comprehend with that two plans can't can't coexist or can't be complete at the same time. What like uh continue the video,
Bro,
please.
why you keep letting
Okay,
him get
you
to
know
you?
what?
Yeah, yeah. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep reading the DMs? It's like you want the attention. That's why I don't feel any sympathy for that. That's why I don't feel any sympathy for you. Cause you you don't try to fix the problem or find a solution to get rid of it. Man, the first time, Saints, don't pay attention to them. because he knows that that they were crazy. Yes, Saint knows that. He's like, no, don't pay attention to them. He knows in that time. He banned some people, or quote unquote, he banned some people, even though according to a guy there was one person, someone, and he was in both Discord and YouTube at the same time. And not only that, he's also experienced death threats before, and yet he hasn't figured out a strategy or a method to minimize this problem. Block them, report them, private. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I figured out another method. Maybe private your fucking account. Private your fucking account. So that only people that can allow to see your tweets or allowed to reply to you are people that you granted access to follow you and to access your fucking page. Stupid. And guess what, guys? He hasn't done it to this day. His account is still public to this day. His Twitter account is still public to this day. Bro. Oh. Look at this few minutes left. Look at this few minutes left. I want to go to sleep.
I'm gonna focus. Sorry, I'm gonna focus on the conversation. Okay. So
Yeah,
yes, he's
like you should have done from the fucking beginning, dumbass.
saying that 80% is the yes, that is the people
Stupid.
he ended. Anyway,
Baka.
yes, 80% is the number he ends up killing. But why is everybody
But what?
this is like
But what?
this is so why does everybody keep going berserk? You know what, I'm just gonna temporarily mute general so I can actually respond.
Bro, just minimize the fucking tab. So that way you can talk the same without seeing the fucking messages. Yo, our world is doomed, bro. Our world is doomed. Is there people like him roaming around this world? Which there are. I mean, there are really people that don't even know. The people that confuse Europe for a fucking country. Is there people like him roaming around, man? We're fucking screwed, man. We're screwed. Humanity's doomed.
One sec. Okay, so he's saying about how 80% is the
I'm
80%
not
is
gonna
the
apply
people
anymore.
he'll manage to kill. Not that 80% is his number he's aiming for.
He's focusing on the wrong fucking thing. The whole Saint is not focusing on, oh, it has to be 80%. It has to no. The whole point was that as long as people from the outside were alive, then Aaron's plan worked. What could have worked, which obviously, as he explains, it didn't work. He's so focused on the fucking 80%. It's mind-boggling.
Is that? I'm sorry if that's a little bit confusing for
Okay,
you to
so then
explain
why?
that
So then
clearly.
why did he? So then the percentage doesn't matter. He
Again, yeah,
left
it's right. It
portions
doesn't
of
matter.
humanity alive so that they would be seen as heroes,
Yes,
which
it
is
doesn't
why he
matter how
turned
many
into a Titan
people
and did
amongst
the little
there.
show in front of everyone, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I mean, what? He's not wrong.
I mean,
He's not wrong.
it's,
He's so
uh,
still. He's so,
All right.
bro.
okay. Fine, I'll concede with that. At least, yes.
Finally, he conceded. Although reluctantly, he still conceded. There is a fucking God. There is hope for him. But then again, nowadays he's the same guy. So I guess that hope has gone down.
All right. All right. Let's cap it off here. You gonna if you're gonna
Let's
be
cap it
next
off here.
Friday, we
Clearly, you
can
weren't
debate
focused.
again, and next time I'll have mods, and we can like
Please do like
yeah,
so because there's like
I'll
a
get some
ton of
mods.
weirdos like
Yeah,
trying to like.
sorry, dude. I thought I could do it modless. My bad. I didn't realize people would go crazy like this. If you guys want to apply to be a mod for my Discord or my chat, send me a PM, please. But I do appreciate you for stopping by, bro. I have, like I said, I have nothing but respect for you. or anything like that, and I respect you. But I wanted to.
What animosity? That means friendship? Cause no way, I have no animosity with him at all. I'm not gonna make fun of you, but you do not deserve my respect. That's just the end of the video. It's just him saying thanks guys for watching the stream. It's pretty much over. Again, I'm gonna release this as a VOD later on. Probably later on. Again, it's 5 o'clock in the morning, so I'll probably do it later on during the evening. I'll release it as a VOD. I'll like I'll like render it and then release it as a VOD. But yeah, I mean, I know this happened a year and a half ago. He's like this to this day. He still has the same thing with Attack on Titan to this day. Race AOT. So there's no hope for him, honestly. I don't care. I don't care. This man can get the much death threats as he wants. He doesn't get my sympathy because he doesn't try he never tries to minimize the problem. But again, my little message of this stream is just because you're free to have an opinion doesn't mean it's right. Again, that's the end of the stream, guys. I'm tired. I'm ready to go back and go to bed. I'm tired. I have a headache. Thank you, Race AOT. Even though this is my second time watching it in a matter of 2 days, you still managed to give me a headache. And again, it's not his first time. You will return, unfortunately, and you'll come back worse than ever. Anyways, thank you guys for coming to the stream, guys. I appreciate you guys, honestly. New follows, welcome aboard. I will follow you back. Probably first thing I wake up. I'm just too tired to do right now. My head's hurting. I use the bathroom. Yeah, guys, thank you guys so much for coming. Again, link to my YouTube is down below. So anyone who missed it or anyone who wants to see the full thing, I will release it the video either later on in the evening or tomorrow. But besides that, guys, I'm gonna end it off here. Thank you guys so much for joining, and I will see you guys freaking next time. Holy shit. And this is only the first episode, guys. This is only the first episode. And I saw all of them. I saw all of them the first time I was streaming. So, man, this for you guys. Thank you guys for doing so much. And again, this is episode 1. We are not done yet. See you guys. Peace.